Good afternoon. The joint meeting with the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability is hereby called to order.
The joint meeting with the Committee on Legislative Franchises is hereby called to order.
May I enjoin everybody to please stand and let us offer a prayer for the frontliners.
Mabathalang pagpapala para sa mga COVID-19 frontliners. Isang panalangin. Panginoong Diyos, sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pakikipagdigma namin laban sa COVID-19 pandemic, ay dumudulog kami sa iyo para sa iyong mabathalang pagpapala sa mga bayaning nangunguna sa amin sa labang ito. Ang mga doktor, nurse, at iba pang medical professionals. Ang mga siyentipiko at iba pang dalubhasa sa larangan ng kalusugan. Ang mga opisyal at kawani ng pamahalaan, kasama na ang mga sundalo at mga pulis. Ang mga media practitioners. Ang mga manggagawa sa sektor ng pagkain. Ang mga manggagawa sa simbahan. At mga driver, gwardiya at janitor. Sa tapang, katapatan at husay nila sa pagganap ng kanilang tungkulin sa paglaban sa COVID-19 pandemic, gantimpalaan mo po sila ng biyaya ng inyong pagsanggalang laban sa anumang kapahamakan at biyaya ng patnubay sa kanilang paglilingkod. Sa hirap ng katawan at isip na kanilang dinaranas dahil sa mga kakulangan at kahinaan ng sistemang pangkalusugan sa aming bansa, biyayaan mo po sila ng ginhawang madarama nila sa kanilang puso, ang ginhawang mula sa katotohanan dahil sa kanila ay nasasagip mula sa kamatayan marami. Sa pagsasakripisyo nila ng panahon at pagkakataon na makapiling, mayakap at mapangalagaan ang kanilang pamilya para makapaglingkod sa lipunan at sa mga biktima ng COVID-19, pagkalooban mo po sila ng biyaya ng pangangalaga sa kanilang mga mahal sa buhay laban sa virus na kanila ring nilalabanan para sa iba. Sa hindi marapat at hindi makatarungang diskriminasyon na nararanasan ng marami sa kanila, pagkalooban mo po sila ng biyaya ng pangunawa sa kahinaan at kamalian ng iba at ng biyaya ng tibay ng loob na patuloy na maglingkod sa kabila nito at iba pang pagsubok. At sa marami sa kanila na nag-uwis ng buhay dahil sa pakikipaglaban sa COVID-19 pandemic, kupkupin mo po sila sa iyong kaharian at pawiin ang lungkot at pangungulila ng kanilang mga pamilya at kaibigan. Panginoong Diyos, basbasan mo ang mga COVID-19 frontliners upang hindi lamang sila patuloy na manguna sa amin sa pagsubok na ito, kung hindi patuloy rin silang maging huwaran namin sa pagiging bayani para sa iba at sa aming bayan. Gawaran mo po, Panginoong Diyos, ng iyong nadathalang pagpapala ang mga anak mong COVID-19 frontliners dahil sila ay tunay na daluyan ng iyong pagkalinga at pagmamahal sa amin. Amen.
Please remain standing for the singing of the national anthem.
Good afternoon. Nasa pang-sampung joint meeting na tayo sa House Blue Ribbon Committee sa issues related sa application ng franchise ng ABS CBN. Nakafocus po tayo sa isang issue ngayong hapon ito, yung alleged violations sa ABS CBN of our tax laws. We are joined by members in the plenary and via Zoom at the moment, and we will take note of their attendance. Allow me to thank our members who diligently prepared their interpellation and patiently wait for their turn. Comsec, paki-recognize po ang mga resource persons sa hapong ito.
For our guest, we have from Bureau of Internal Revenue, Mr. June Cabantac, Chief Large Taxpayers Division, Albino Galanza, Regional Director, and Felix Paul Velasco. For PESA, we have Director General Charito Ching Plaza. For ABS CBN in the plenary, we have Mr. Martin Lopez, Ms. Socorro Bidanes, COO for Broadcast, Attorney Enrique Quiason, Corporate Secretary, Resource Persons for Taxes, Mr. Ricardo Tan, Group Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Aldrin Serrado, Chief Financial Officer, Attorney Lucille Becerra, Tax Counsel, Attorney Otelo Carag, Tax Counsel, Attorney Laura Victoria Layug, Tax Counsel, Attorney Marvin Ibarra, Legal Counsel, Ms. Catherine Lopez, Head of Cluster 3 Finance Operations. Via Zoom, we have Mr. Carlo Katigbak, President and CEO, Attorney Mario Ayo Bautista, General Counsel, Ms. Consuela Lopez, Chief of Staff. From ABS CBN Lingkod Kapamilya Foundation, via Zoom, we have Ms. Susan Afan, Managing Director. For ABS CBN Holdings Corporation, we have Ms. Melanie Caimol, Assistant Vice President for Financial Management of Lopez Holdings. Ms. Josephine Adrian Abarca, Head, Accounting Standards Group Partner Assurance, CISIP, Gores, Bilay and Company. And Mr. Benedict Togonon, Senior Partner and the Head of the Tax Department of the law firm of Quezon, Macalintal, Barra, Torres, Ibarra, Sison and Damaso. Yes.
Maraming salamat, Comsec. Bilang chairperson po ng Blue Ribbon Committee o ng Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, natutuwa ako at umabot tayo sa ikasampung komprehensibong pandinig sa mga usapin ukol sa prangkisa ng ABS-CBN. Kung po sa usaping basketball, tayo po ay nasa fourth quarter na ng ating laban ngayong araw na ito. Buo po nating tinatayang dinggin ang bawat panig sa mga isyong nakahain upang iparating sa ating mga kababayan na nag-aabang sa resulta ng pagdinig na ito kung mabibigyan nga ba ng prangkisa ang ABS-CBN o madidinay ang kanilang prangkisa. Muli, tayo po ay napapanood via live stream sa Facebook page ng House of Representatives, gayon din po sa Facebook page ng inyong Congressman Kuya Jose Antonio R.C. Alvarado. Chairman Chikoy.
Thank you, Sir Jonathan. Itutuloy po natin ang pagtatanong sa alegasyong paglapag ng ABS-CBN sa mga umiiral na tax laws ng bansa. Maswerte po tayo, nagpapasalamat na kasama pa rin natin mga kinatawan ng mga ahensya ng gobyerno na makakapagbigay linaw sa mga paratang laban sa ABS tungkol sa pag-iwas o hindi pagbayad ng tamang buwis. Atin din pong pinahalagahan ang pagtalo ng ABS-CBN ng kanilang mga opisyal at tax experts upang ipaliwanag sa atin ang mga usaping kaugnay sa buwis. Nagpapasalamat din po tayo sa ating mga sekretariat na kasama natin at matyagang umaagapay sa ating pagtutulong. Chair Jonathan.
Maraming salamat, Chairman Chikoy. Sa ating iksampung pagdinig, makikita naman po at makita naman sana ng ating mga kasama at ng mga nanonood ang ating pagsusumikap na ilabas ang katotohanan sa pagdinig na ito, magkaroon ng patas na pagdinig, maging komprehensibo sa ating proseso, ayon na rin sa direktiba ng ating Speaker, Alan Peter Cayetano. Hindi po natin pinatatagal ang prosesong ito ng aplikasyon ng ABS-CBN, ngunit dahil po sa may mga isyong lumilitaw sa mga position papers ng iba't ibang stakeholders, ito po ang ating dinidinig at nilalayong mabigyan ng linaw, lalo na ngayong araw na ito sa usapin ng taxes ng ABS-CBN. Kahapon po ay via Zoom ay binigyan po natin ng pagkakataon o tinawag po natin si Mr. Jason Sa. Yun na lamang ay hindi po yata siya nasabihan ng ating secretariat na siya ay doon pa bibigyan ng pagkakataon makasagot sa usapin ng taxes ng ABS CBN kung saan tayo po ay halos inabot na ng alas 8 ng gabi bago magsimula kahapon. At sa Facebook page po ni Mr. Jason Sa, kanya pong nasabi na they told me to leave the Zoom, so I left. Ate my dinner and took my meds to calm me down. Tapos I'm told na tinawagan ako sa Zoom para namang sira itong sina Chairman Alvarado at Alvarez. Tinatanggap po namin ni Chairman Alvarez ang prinsipyo po ng command responsibility. Kung meron man po sa membro ng secretariat, sa committee secretariat na nakapagbigay ng maling impormasyon kay Mr. Jason Sa, kami na po ni Chairman Chikoy ang umaako at winawarningan po namin ni Chairman Chikoy ang secretariat, ang committee secretariat na bigyan ng mas maayos na pagturing ang ating mga guest dahil sila ay nagbibigay ng oras hindi lamang para sa committee ito, kung hindi sa buong bansang Pilipinas. Sa lahat po ng mga guest na hindi nakaranas ng maganda sa aming pag-iimbita sa inyo, kami na po ni Chairman Chikoy ang umaako ng responsibilidad, true command responsibility, paumanhin po sa inyong lahat. Ngayon po ba, Comsec, ay makakasama po ba natin si Ginoong Jason Sa upang magbigay ng pahayag?
Wala po siya sa Zoom as of now.
Kung wala po siya sa Zoom ngayon, ay iniimbitahan po natin muli si Mr. Jason Sa at sana mapaunlakan niya tayo sa susunod po natin na hearing. Chairman Chikoy?
Maraming salamat, Kong Jonathan. Ngayon po, bago rin tawagin yung pinakaunang tatanong, kung saan babalikan po natin dapat si Kong P.D. Persaga, meron lang pong maikling manifestation si Congresswoman Mickey Biolago. Bago po tayo magsimula, Kong Mickey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Ito pong manifestation ko, it's not because I am pro or anti-ABS CBN, but in aid of legislation po. Kasi it's caught to my attention that there are more than 15 broadcasting companies that are still continuously to be on air even though their franchises are already expired since 2015, 2016, and 2017, and so on. So, ang ano ko lang po dito, gaya nga po ng madalas na sinasabi ng ating Vice Chair Mike Defensor, na dapat maging patas ang ating ang proseso natin. So, may I ask the NTC to make a proper action regarding on this matter. Na bakit po hanggang ngayon, merong mga broadcasting companies na continuous po ang paglabas nila kahit expired na ang kanilang mga franchises. They might also be violate any labor law o tax evasion law. Sana po ay makita din natin ito para maging patas tayo sa paningin po ng ating sambayan ng Pilipino na wala po tayong, sabi nga po, kinikilingan na anuman na broadcasting company. Para makita rin po natin kung ito po ba talaga ay kalakaran na sa industriya ng broadcasting. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair and Mr. Chair Alvarado and Mr. Chair Alvarez.
Maraming salamat, Congresswoman Mickey Biolago, at maaari mo pong i-file sa Committee on Legislative Franchises kung gusto mo pong magkaroon ng House Resolution tungkol po doon sa mga expired franchises na nag-e-ere pa rin, ay welcome ka po na mag-file ng isang House Resolution, Congressman Mickey Bilago. Chairman Chicoy.
Maraming salamat po, Chair Alvarado.
Noted po sa manifestation ninyo, Kong Mickey Villago. Ngayon po, dako na po tayo sa pagsisimula sa ating continuation po sa interpellation. Binibigay pa natin ngayon ang floor. Babalik natin ulit kay Congressman P.D. Barsaga kung saan meron siya natirang 10 minuto kagabi at muli siyang dinagdagan ng oras ni Deputy Speaker Garcia, Congressman Gonzales, Alonte, Ferrer, Loyola at Fernandez.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, Congressman Remulla.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Kahapon kasi si Congressman Barsaga was only able to present his analysis. He started presenting his analysis at almost 9 o'clock in the evening. Medyo pagod na ho tayong lahat ng oras na yon. Can I request the committee to allow Congressman Barsaga to repeat at least the salient points of his presentation last night so we can have a continuity of the thinking process dito po ngayon kasi mahirap po na i-reverse po natin yung nangyari kagabi sa presentation ngayong araw. In other words, Mr. Chairman, kung pwede ulitin na lang niya yung presentation niya para sariwa po ang lahat.
Congressman Barsaga.
Una, nagpapasalamat ako kay Kong Boying Remulla sa kanyang manifestation. Pero I will just be making a brief summary of what transpired last night para sunod-sunod ang takbo ng ating interpellation. So maraming salamat.
Congressman Barsaga, gaya po ng sinabi ko sa iyo kagabi ay maaari ka pong muli magtanong ngayong araw na ito at sana po pakibigay po sa amin yung brief summary at very brief lang po, Congressman Barsaga. Maraming salamat po.
Let me start my interpellation and the summary shall be given once the issue would again be touched in my interpellation. Unang-una, for clarification, na-suspend ang hearing natin kagabi sapagkat pinag-uusapan na sana ang ABS Holdings Corporation. Unfortunately, walang resource person ang ABS CBN Holdings Corporation. Kaya ngayong araw na to, ipagpapatuloy ko ang aking interpellation sa ABS Holdings Corporation at gusto ko lang malaman kung meron ng resource person para sagutin ang paglilinaw sa ABS CBN Holdings Corporation.
Mr. Chairman, we have on Zoom 3 resource persons for ABS Holdings Corporation. Mr. Benedict Dugonon, Tax Counsel, Ms. Milani Caimol, the auditor or internal auditor, and Ms. Josephine Abarca from SGV Accounting Standards Group.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
sapagkat ngayon pa lamang ang ito pa lamang ang unang pagkakataon na sila ay harap sa ating pagpupulong, iminumungkahi ko na sila, katulad ng ating mga resource persons, ay isailalim sa isang panunumpa.
Yes, Honorable Barsaga. May we know if there are other guests who are here for the first time, Comsec? Yes, can you put it on record? Are there other guests, Comsec, that are new to this? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, we have. May we request the guests here in the plenary and those in Zoom to take their oath, and we direct the committee secretary to administer the oath. So ordered.
May I ask the resource person from the ABS CBN Holdings and from Ms. Catherine Lopez to please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these joint congressional inquiries to help you God? Thank you.
Thank you, Comsec. Thank you to our guest here and in the Zoom. The Honorable Barsaga may continue.
Mr. Chairman, sa ating pagpupulong rito, napakaraming financial statements at dokumento na binigay ang ABS Corporation pati na ang kanyang subsidiaries and other companies. Kaya ang una kong tanong, yung bang financial statements na binigay dito sa committee, katulad ng ABS CBN Holdings Corporation, is there anyone who can certify na yung mga dokumentong niyon ay authentic, accurate, and true?
ABS CBN.
For holding, so we have Ms. Kaimol who could. She's on Zoom.
So the authentication is being asked on ABS Holdings documents. Yes, may we request the representative to kindly reply to the query of the Honorable Barsaga?
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I'm Lani Kaimol for ABS CBN Holdings. To answer your question po, the financial statements and other documents that were submitted to your office are authenticated po.
Marami pong salamat. Honorable Barsaga.
At para maiwasan ang issue ng confidentiality ng tax records ng isang corporation, I would like ABS-CBN Holdings, kung katulad ng ABS-CBN Corporation, wine-waive nila ang confidentiality ng kanilang tax records.
Opo, Your Honor.
Yes, wait. Are we asking BIR or ABS-CBN Holdings?
ABS-CBN Holdings, ito po ang sinimulan ko kagabi,
Yes,
pero
Your Honor.
hindi natin na ipagpatuloy sapagkat ang sabi ng mga resource persons ng ABS-CBN, walang sino man silang representative na pwedeng sumagot sa ABS-CBN Holdings Company.
So hindi na po ang BIR o ano pa pang ahensya?
Well, the BIR definitely would be necessary
Yes.
for confirmation ng tax payments and tax records ng ABS-CBN Holdings Company.
So may we ask the Associate Commissioner Cabantac?
Later on, Mr. Chairman, pag
Okay,
ako na
go ahead.
nagtatanong. Okay. Unang-una, sa ABS-CBN Holdings Company, 3 corporation ang ating pag-uusapan base sa aking paglilinaw. We have the shares of stocks of ABS-CBN Corporation, shares of stocks of Lopez Incorporated, and of course, ABS Holdings Company. Just for the record, tama ba na sabihin na itong 3 korporasyon na to, ABS-CBN Holdings, Lopez Incorporated, at pati na ABS Holding Corporation, ang lahat ng controlling stockholders or majority stockholders would be the Lopez family? Sisi natin, Mr. Chairman, ABS-CBN Corporation, totoo ba? The controlling interest is the Lopez family.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Susunod naman natin, ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation. We have the corporate secretary, my good friend, Attorney Yason.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And what about Lopez Incorporated? Totoo ba na ang controlling stockholder ng Lopez Incorporated ay ang Lopez family?
Mr. Chairman, Lopez Inc. is controlled by 4 family corporations or belonging to the Lopez families, different branches.
Okay. So, ang Lopez family is controlled by 4 family corporations coming from the Lopez family.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. So, sisimulan natin ang istorya ng ABS-CBN Holdings Company. Wartec, what's the official name? The official name is that Wartec Holdings Corporation was organized on March 30, 1999. It has a capitalization of an authorized capital stock of 10,000 10,000 pesos.
At that point, Your Honor, yes.
Tama. Nagsimula ang
Hindi po 10,000 pesos, 1,000 lang po, Congressman Marcelo.
1,000. Thank you for the correction. Tama ba? 1,000?
1,000.
And 50% belongs to Lopez Incorporated.
Today, ho, it's 60%.
Ha?
Today, it's 60%.
No. In 1999 pa lang
Yes,
tayo.
Yes, Your Honor.
In 1999, 50% Lopez Incorporated, 10% to Oscar Lopez, 10% to Manuel Lopez, 10% to Presentacion Pinakis,
Sinakis.
10% to Romel Duran, and 10% to Eugenio Lopez III. Tama po ba, Mr. Attorney Kwasi?
That's correct.
Yes, on. Okay. Pagkatapos, pagdating ng September, binago ang pangalan ng Wortech Holdings Corporation at ginawa itong ABS CBN Holdings Corporation. September 16, 1999. Tama po ba?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And then, after several days, nag-transfer ang Lopez Incorporated ng 132 million shares of stocks ng ABS CBN.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Oh, that's correct. Thank you very much. At siyempre, nung i-transfer ang shares of stocks ng Lopez Corporation to ABS CBN Holdings Corporation, to the holding company, what was the mode of the transfer? Binigay ba lamang to ng Lopez Incorporated? Binili ng ABS-CBN holding company o inutang?
It was transferred through the stock exchange. The ABS CBN shares were already listed at that time. And ABS CBN shares were already listed at that time, and they were transferred by Lopez Inc. to ABS Holdings. And
ABS-CBN
shares were already listed at that time, and they were
were
transferred.
already listed. Eh siyempre, ayan yung aking kaibigan, si Mike Defensor, kahit na to listed, para ma-acquire ng holding company, there must be a transfer. Tama po ba?
Yes, it was transferred.
And so what was the mode of the transfer?
It was transferred to the stock exchange, and there was a liability on the part of ABS Holdings to
Okay,
ABS.
so there was liability on the part of ABS-CBN Holding, or on the part of the holding company, T. Lopez Incorporated.
Yes.
And how much was the liability?
I don't. It will be the about 46 pesos.
So, binili
Per-
rin ng ABS Holding Company ng 46 pesos per share, and that would total to, I have the figures. Titingnan ko lamang, Mr. Chairman. 46 pesos times 132 million shares, that would be equivalent to 6,072,010,000 pesos.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, yes. So, itong 6,072,000,000 investment ng ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation representing the ABS-CBN shares.
That's correct, Your Honor. It will appear in the books as an asset of.
Okay. And it
ABS.
was acquired at 46 pesos.
Yes, Your Honor.
At iyon namang liability would be also for the same amount of 6,072,010 pesos.
That's correct. But that was paid when ABS Holdings issued the PDRs to.
And that
and
would be?
About the same amount, Your Honor.
Okay. So yung bang PDR for 132 million, which was transferred by Lopez Incorporated to the holding company at the price of 6,072,010,000 reflected as a liability in the books of accounts of the holding company.
The liability was already paid. What happened was Lopez Inc. transferred the shares to ABS Holdings. ABS Holdings booked that liability to Lopez Inc. And then ABS Holdings sold PDRs, and the proceeds of those PDRs were used to pay Lopez Inc. and to offset that
Dandahan muna
liability.
tayo. I'm a little bit confused. Very basic naman tayo rito eh. The holding company at the very start does not own any shares of ABS CBN.
That's
Tama po
correct.
ba?
That's correct.
Pagkatapos, later on, the holding company was able to acquire 132 million shares of stocks from ng ABS-CBN Corporation.
That's correct. Your Honor.
Yes. At syempre, yung acquisition nila, nakalagay sa kanilang asset, 6,072,010,000 pesos.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Asset. Basic naman bookkeeping. For every asset, there must be the corresponding entry on liability or capital. This, you don't have to be an accountant. Simple bookkeeping. So ano ang ginawang entry ng holding company sa kanilang liability and stockholders equity?
May liability ho ang ABS Holdings to Lopez Inc. of that amount, 6 billion.
Yung ba reflected sa financial statements ng holding company?
It was reflected in the books at that time.
Okay. Next question. Naibenta ba ng holding company yung 132 million shares of stocks?
Hindi po. Ang binenta ho ng company, what ABS CBN Holdings did was to issue PDRs.
Okay.
Over the
To
underlying
issue
shares.
PDRs.
Yes, Your Honor.
Babalik na naman tayo sa dating problema. Yun namang PDRs, alam natin, there is the underlying common shares of stock.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Kaya ang susunod kong tanong, Panyero, yung bang 132 million shares of stocks where the corresponding 132 million PDRs were issued?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And it was issued for what amount?
46 pesos. 46 pesos.
46 pesos. At base rin sa inyong presentation, whenever a PDR is issued, kung kanino in-issue yung PDR, as long as he is a Filipino citizen, he would be entitled to 1 share of stock, assuming that he exercised the option price.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So madaling sabi, example natin, 132 million shares of stocks nasa Philippine Stocks Exchange. Para maibenta ng holding company, they must have an agent. Tama?
Broker or...
Or agent or broker, kasi ang ginamit nyo, security agent. Merong broker ang seller.
Gumamit ho ng underwriters ang ABS
Okay,
Holdings
kaya
at
nga
that time.
sinabi nyo, ano ginamit yung underwriter? Security Bank and Trust Company.
Hindi ho, we had other underwriters.
Ano?
At that time, it was Jardine Fleming and ING Barings. Jardine
Okay,
Fleming and ING.
yun ang inyong broker.
No, underwriters ho.
Underwriter. Halimbawa, kung si Vice Chairman Defensor ang bibili noong 132 million shares na listed sa Philippine Stock Exchange, gagamit din siya ng broker. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir.
That's the practice in trade. So yung 132 million shares, babayaran niya ng 6,072,010,000 pesos. Assuming the gross price of 46.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Pag binayaran niya, it should be in the form of cash.
Yes, Your Honor.
At sapagkat ang may-ari ng shares of stock at inabail niya, ang may-ari ng shares of stocks ay ang holding company, the holding company will be the payee.
Pakiulit ko yung question.
Yung shares of stocks, pag-ari na ng holding company. Kaya nga nakalagay, investment in ABS CBN shares of stock.
If ABS Holdings sells those shares, if ABS Holdings sells those shares,
Yes.
then it will get the proceeds from the.
Hindi nga, kaya nga. Original lang tayo, basic lang naman tayo eh. So, 132 million shares listed sa Philippine stock. Binili ni Vice Chairman using his broker. Sabi ni Mike Defensor, ako na lahat ang bibili niyan sapagkat sa tingin ko, very prosperous ang mag-invest sa ABS-CBN. Binayaran niya ng 6,072,010,000 pesos. Of course, itatanong niya, sino ba ang payee?
Ang payee will be ABS Holdings Corporation.
The holding company.
Yes, sir.
The holding company would be the payee.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, mag-i-issue siya ng cheque, money order check or bank transfer for 6,072,010,000 pesos payable to the holding company.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ang susunod kong tanong, yung bang binayad ni Chairman Defensor na 6 billion recorded sa books of accounts ng holding company?
It should be recorded, Your Honor.
It should be recorded. Pero at the end of the year, yung 6,072,000,000 wala sa inyong balance sheet. Saan nagpunta?
Nandun po ho sa balance sheet ho yun. Noong 1999 ho.
Yes. Oh, I have a copy here. Para hindi ka na mahirapan. Oh, meron bang cash dyan?
It's there, Your Honor.
Oh, how much is the cash?
6,072,000,000. 6,072,000,000 investment in ABS CBN shares.
Oh nga, investment yan eh. Pero iba yung investment, iba yung cash. There is a change in the form of asset. Before, it was investment in ABS CBN, ibinenta na yung shares of stocks, change in the asset, nawala na yung investment, naibenta na yung shares, there must be the corresponding cash.
Hindi ho binenta ng ABS Holdings yung shares. Ang binenta ko are the PDRs.
Kaya nga, babalik na naman tayo. PDR, binenta kay Vice Chairman Defensor. Sabi niya.
Hindi ho shares ang binenta.
Ha? Hindi. Meron nga one share of stock eh. Oh, nakalagay yan naman dito eh. Sabi niya, I will exercise the option price. So, 10 centavos, bibiling ko ang shares of stocks. Sino ngayon ang owner ng shares of stocks ng ABS-CBN Corporation?
Pag na-convert ho, it will be the PDR holder. Pag kinonvert niya ho.
So, si Mike Defensor.
But that was not what happened in 1999.
Hindi nga, pero ang sinasabi ko, nagbenta kayo eh. Inassume na lang natin na binigla na yung 132 million. O wag na 132 million. Binenta na lamang, ang binilang niya 1 million. Hindi nyo naibenta ang 131 million share. 1 million ang binigay, ang binenta, ang binili ni Mike Defensor. So ang total consideration, 46 million. Tama ba?
Hindi, ang binenta ko ng ABS Holdings are PDRs, not shares ho.
Oo nga, kaya ito, balik na naman tayo rito eh. Tagal na natin pinag-usapan to eh. The PDR forms part of an authorized issue of BDR, granting the holder, Mike Defensor, the right to delivery or sale of the shares of the shares at the exercise price as adjusted, which PDR has been issued, subject to and with the benefit of a PDR instrument dated October 5, 1999, executed by the issuer. The issuer is the holding company.
Yes, Your Honor.
And are enforceable severally by each holder against the issuer. Mike Defensor holder against the issuer. Copies of the PDR instrument are available for inspection by the holders and may be deemed by them from the principal place of business of the issuer and the PDR registrar. The holder shall be deemed to have notice of the provision. Okay. The PDR, last paragraph, the PDR represented by this certificate does not represent shares of stocks, but only confers a right to the delivery or sale of existing shares of stock of ABS Broadcasting owned by the issuer, subject to the terms and conditions stated therein by PDR instrument. So pag nag-invest ba si Mike Defensor sa 1 million shares of stock, will he be considered the owner of the 1 million shares of stock underlying the 1 million PDRs?
Kung shares of stock ang in-investa niya ho, he will be an investor in the shares. Pero kung PDRs ang investment niya, PDRs lang ang kanyang...
Oo nga, pero the problem is that one, okay, kung PDR man, huwag ng shares of stocks. Sino ang tumanggap ng 46 million?
For the PDRs ho?
Oh, for the PDRs.
Ang ABS Holdings ang tumanggap.
The holding company. So, ang assumption natin, yung holding company, tinanggap nila 46 million, there will be an entry in their books na meron silang hawak na 46 million. Tama po ba?
Pesos, yes ho.
O, tama. Okay. So, nagkaroon tayo ng hearing last time. Oh, is there anyone who wants to answer aside from Attorney Quezon?
Our accountant will be able to answer also. Ms. Kaimo.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh.
Ms. Kaimo.
Your Honor, we ask that Lani Kaimol be recognized on Zoom.
Yes, our resource persons recognized.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Tama po na may pumasok na yung transfer po ng ABS CBN shares. Pumasok po siya sa ABS CBN Holdings. Tinransfer po siya ng Lopez Inc. Ang kabangga po niyang account sa financial statement is a liability. But when we issued the PDRs and it was also sold to the market, the proceeds were used to pay for that liability. So at the end of the year po, ng 2009, wash out na po or zero na po yung liability. Ang naiwan na lang po is the investment in ABS CBN Corporation and the PDRs under liability account.
Okay. So just for the purposes of the record, ang total PDRs na inyong in-issue, based in our last hearing, is 298,827,100. Yun ang binigay na figure ni Attorney Quezon.
Okay po.
At sinabi niya, ang value is 46 pesos per PDR.
Yung initial issuance lang po ang 46.
Ha?
But, Your Honor, yung initial issuance po about to PDRs.
So madaling sabi, merong higher than 46, merong lower than 46. As a matter of fact, in the year 2000, 51 ang highest at ang lowest ay 40. Based on your financial statements.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. So, in-average na lang natin ng 46. So, sa
Okay
madaling sabi, 46 times multiplied by 298,827,100,000 multiplied by the 46. On the average lang muna tayo. It will amount to 13,746,000,046,000. Ngayon, I'm giving you time. You look at the financial statements of the holding company at the end of every year from 1999 up to 2018? And what is the highest amount of cash reflected in your balance sheet? Babalik na kita mamaya. Para malaman natin kung saan pumupunta yung cash. Kasi lagi na lang walang cash. And I think you will confirm na nagsimula ang operation ng holding company in spite of this amount of billions of pesos, there is no income on the part of the holding company. Yes or no?
Wala po.
Wala. At sapagkat walang income, walang binabayad na tax ang holding company.
Wala po.
Wala po.
Dividend income lang po ang income ni ABS CBN Holdings.
What?
The only income of ABS CBN Holdings is the
No, we know
dividends
that. We know.
received.
Based on your financial statements, wala kayong income at wala kayong tax na binabayad.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
The only income or the cash that ABS CBN Holdings receive is the dividends from ABS CBN shares.
Kaya ang tatanong na lamang, sana kung pwede namang answerable by yes or no, pakisagot na lang ng yes. Don't explain
po.
anymore because we have limited time. Kaya ang tanong ko lang, walang income. Walang binabayad na income tax. Yes or no?
Wala
Yes.
po.
Although wala kayong income na binabayad, walang net income ang ABS-CBN, ang holding company, pero meron kayong net loss.
Opo.
Okay. So, ito lamang ang kumpanya, may net loss, pero walang net income. Well, anyway, I have made a comparison of your financial statements which you have submitted. Pwede ba yung unang slide? The comparative figures of the balance sheet for the year ending December 31, 2000. Okay. So, ayan ang ating assets. Ang cash natin at December 31, meron na tayong 2,062,42. At the end of 1999, 10,000 pesos. O, saan nanggaling yung cash na 2,042,000?
Galing po sa Your Honor, galing po sa dividends received from ABS CBN for the shares that ABS CBN Holdings own.
So, nagkaroon na ng stock dividend declaration noong year 2001.
Cash dividends po.
O nga, cash dividend. How many hundreds of millions?
I'll get back to you, sir, for the amount.
Oy. $106,354,153. Tama ba yun, Miss Accountant?
Apo, Your Honor, the dividend income that we received in 2000 is 108,679,903.
How much per share?
Dali lang po. So that's about 51 centavos per share po.
Okay, 51 centavos per share. Okay, sa BIR naman, whenever there is a transfer of the share of stock from one corporation to another entity, are there taxes to be paid?
Dumadaan po siya sa Philippine Stock Exchange, so may transaction tax po siya.
Ha?
May transaction tax po siya.
May transaction tax. And
Yes,
how much is
Your
the
Honor.
transaction tax? May we ask the BIR?
Percentage lang po yan, percentage.
Ha?
percentage, what is the transaction tax
We want to know,
percentage?
Mr. Chairman, from the BIR.
BIR?
Your Honor, may we ask that Attorney Benedict Togonon be recognized on Zoom? Answer that
Yes, that's
question.
fine, but I think the Honorable Barsaga would like to have the official statement from the BIR. So may we ask the BIR, how much is the transaction tax for the transfer of shares?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Honors, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
If the transaction was coursed through the Philippine Stock Exchange, the tax rate, generally speaking, the tax rate is 1/2 of 1%.
1/2 of 1%.
Yes, Your Honor.
Of the purchase price, Assistant Commissioner.
Yes, Your Honor.
So kung ang purchase price is 46 billion, 1/2 of 1% would be approximately 2,300,000. Tama ba yun?
Around that figure, Your Honor.
Ha?
Around that figure, 1% divided by 2, Your Honor. 1/2 of 1%.
Okay, 1/2 of 1% of 46 billion.
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the accountant of the holding company confirm the statement of our Honorable Assistant Commissioner?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Sino ang nagbabayad ng tax? Will it be ABS Holding Company or the PDR holder?
The investee po, which is the PDR holders.
The PDR holder. Are you sure about that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Documentary, wala na.
Nandun na yun eh. Pag ang BST po, binabayaran pag nag-issue po ng shares of stocks.
Documentary stamp tax, walang bayad?
Wala po.
Transfer of shares of stocks?
Meron.
Nandun po sa, lahat po ng tax is forced through the stock exchange po.
Hindi nga, kaya ang tanong ko lamang, nagbabayad ba? I'll refer the question to our very legible and authoritative Assistant Commissioner. Meron bang binabayad na documentary stamp tax sa transfer ng shares of stocks?
Yes, Your Honor. The moment a new share of stock is issued to the new shareholder, the documentary stamps or strip stamp, that we call it, must be paid.
Magkano naman, Assistant Commissioner?
At that time, Your Honor, it's 1 peso for every 200. But now, because of the train law, it is doubled.
Double.
2 pesos.
So we would like to look into that payment because the shares of stocks of ABS CBN has been the subject of various transfers. Most especially, Attorney Quezon, alam naman natin na yung PDR holder ay merong opsyong bilhin ang shares of stock. Tama po ba?
That's correct, Your Honor.
That's right. And therefore, for that transaction, there should be the payment, tax payment for every transaction, not to mention na meron tayong documentary stamp tax which is equivalent to 10 centavos per
1 peso for every 200, Your Honor.
1 peso for every 200 pesos. And that would amount to 0.5 to 1 peso.
Yes, Your Honor. Approximately 1 peso.
For
Yeah,
every
yes,
200. Unless the transfer was made in Hong Kong where the BIR laws are not applicable.
That
Agree, Your
should
Honor.
still be.
Wala naman transfer siguro sa Hong Kong.
Wala akong
Ginawa
transfer.
kayo. All in the Philippines.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Would the BIR can present the records?
Your Honor, if the transaction was coursed through the Philippine Stock Exchange, we don't have a copy of that, Your Honor.
What about the holding company?
Mr. Chairman, we don't have the records as far back as
You don't have
1999.
on record?
The 1999 records, so wala na ho kaming records ng 1999.
And what is your earliest record? What year? Kung wala ng 1999.
like to refer that to Ms. Caimon.
ABS CBN Holdings.
Your Honor, the available documents that we have is 2010 onwards po.
1,000
2010 po.
onwards.
Opo.
Because you are applying the 10-year prescriptive period.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, yun na
Your
lamang,
Honor,
Will
the
you-
DST po kasi, the documents on that, sabi po ni Commissioner, is left with the Philippine Stock Exchange. So, if you want to look at the records, it is kept in Philippine Stock Exchange po.
Yes, we know that. But the trouble is that, are you willing to waive your confidentiality? Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
At pangalawa, hindi ba obligasyon ng isang malaking taxpayer na katulad nyo, as a matter of fact, awardee pa kayo eh. Hindi ba dapat na tinitingnan nyo whether the taxes due the government pertaining to the transfer of your shares of stock ay talagang hawak nyo? So you don't have any record to confirm whether or not the transaction tax as well as the documentary stamp tax had been paid. Tama ba yun, Miss Accountant?
Opo.
Eh kung magre-review ang BIR ng inyong financial statements at hinanap sa inyo yung tax record ng transaction tax, di wala kayong maipapakita.
Prescribed na po kasi, so subject na siya.
Hindi nga 2010 upwards, kaya niyong ibigay.
Okay po.
Okay, you submit it. How long? Ganong katagal?
Hahanapin po sa off-site, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's go to the second slide. Balance sheet for the year 1999. Pakibaba ng konti para makita yung caption. Pwede bang pakilakihan? Okay na yan siguro. Hindi lumalabas yung isang portion. At saka yung difference. Then we have the difference. Okay. Itong balance sheet, Miss Accountant, nagsabit kayo rito ng balance sheet as of December 31, 1999. At noong year 2000, nagsabit din kayo ng balance sheet comparative for the year 2000 and balance sheet December 31, 1999. Ang pinagtataka ko lamang sa aking examination ay bakit iba ang figures ng December 31, 1999 na inyong sinabit at iba ang figures ng balance sheet for December 31, 1999 na nasa inyong comparative statement. O katulad nung cash, pareho, 10,000. December 31, 1999. Pero pagdating na sa, anong second? I look over here my financial statement, which you have submitted. Investment in ABS CBN shares, 6,072,000,000, December 31. Pagdating na ng December ng inyong comparative statement, ng December 31, 1999, mukhang iba na ang figure. Naging 9,574,186,975. Iba na. Pero they refer to the same date and to the same account name. Pagdating ng Philippine Depository Receipts, 6,058,800,000, December 31, 1999. Sa comparative statement naman, December 31, 1999, 9,552,951. Kaya may discrepancy. Sa deferred income, 13,200,000. December 31, 1999. Doon naman sa comparative 1999, instead na 13,200,000, ang deferred income nyo ay naging 21,235,000. Due to affiliate 1999, wala. Pagdating sa comparative, meron ng 21 million. Pagkatapos, ang total liabilities and stockholders' equity, 6,072,000,010 pesos, 10,000 sa December 31, 1999. Pero sa comparative, ang nakalagay na ay 9,574,196,975. Ang sabi nyo kanina, you attest to the truth and veracity of all the statements, financial statements na binigay nyo. Bakit magkaiba? Ang balance sheet for December 31, 1999, based on the financial statements na sinabi nyo rito.
Your Honor.
Go ahead.
If you look at the financials in 2000 po, there were other expenses that were not booked and restated in 2000 financials. So if you look at the notes to FS in number 3 po, note number 3, the PDRs po, there are movements in the PDRs or issuance of PDRs of about 80 million shares in exchange for PDRs.
Simple lamang ang tanong ko. Meron kayong balance sheet na pinresent sa amin. Yung unang balance sheet, dated December 31, 1999. Binigyan nyo kami ng kopya rito. Pagkatapos ng year 2000, binigyan nyo kami ng balance sheet, and of course, mayroon na tayong comparative statement kasi noong 1999, noong lamang kayo nagsimula ng operation, we expect na walang comparative statement noong 1999 sapagkat wala pa kayong operation ng 1998. Normally, kaya nga nilagay ko yan sa ilalim. Wala na lang akong kopya kasi nagmamadali ako. Normally, since they have the same account name and they cover the balance sheet accounts for the same year, for the same date, December 31, 1999, dapat pareho. Bakit magkaiba? At kung sila ay magkaiba, one is not correct and the other one is correct. Or perhaps both of them are not correct. But definitely, hindi sila pwedeng pareho tama. Yun lamang ang tanong ko, bakit magkaiba?
Yun nga po.
Kahit na ano explanation nyo yan, dapat kung ano figure sa balance sheet, yun ang tama. Can you explain, Ms. Accountant?
Your Honor, the financial statement was subjected to audit. So there are expenses that were incurred, booked or recorded in 2000 that's supposed to be accrued in 2009. That's why...
Paano pakiulit? What method of accounting are you using? Are you using the cash accounting method or the accrual method?
Accrual method po.
Accrual method. So in other words, the liability or the asset is reflected in the statement on the year where the income was earned, although it was not realized. Tama ba o hindi?
Tama po.
Accrual. Sa cash naman, even if you incurred an expense, as long as you have not paid it, it will not be considered an expense, and it will be considered as an expense only when payment has been made. Kung meron kang expense ng 1999 hindi mo binayaran ng 1999, binayaran mo ng 2001, after 2 years, na mo lamang ikaw consider yung expense. Tama, under the cash accounting. Pag accrual, income earned in 1999, although not earned, ay i-declare mo na sa 1999. Tama po ba?
Tama
So
po.
what is your explanation?
Yun nga po, there are late charges that were given to ABS CBN Holdings that pertains to 2009. That's why in 2010 financial statement,
No, 2000 lang tayo, tsaka 1999.
Apo.
Oh.
Kino-compare niyo po kasi yung 2009 sa 2000.
There were expenses
So,
incurred.
2000 po, ni-restate po yung balances as of December 2009 to 1999 to reflect all the expenses incurred in relation to the PDR issuance po.
Eh, nagkakaintindihan naman tayo eh. Accountant ka naman eh. Eh ako, simple bookkeeping. Eh pag sinabi nating expenses, alam mo naman, it will not be reflected in the balance sheet. It will be reflected in the profit and loss statement. Tama ba yun?
Tama po.
Oh.
Pero tinignan niyo po, nandun po siya, yung liability is recognized. That's why you have a due to...
Hindi nga, tinignan ko itong dokumento nyo eh, oh. Ito naman eh. Kaya, pwede ba? Okay. Ito yung 1999 nyo. Malinaw ang nakalagay. Well, we can have a simple recess.
Mr.
If
Chairman.
the source persons of ABS-CBN cannot listen to our discussion.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
may I be recognized? I think the explanation there is that the balance sheet was restated in 2000, and the 1999 the financial statements that were submitted were not.
Ito, ang 1999.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh,
It was not audited, the 1999
ito.
balance sheet.
Balance sheet 1999.
Yes, that balance sheet was not audited.
What?
It was not audited. That was the first year that of operations of.
Oo nga. Ang tinanong ko nga kanina, yung ba mga dokumento nyo rito, authentic ba to? It is possible that this is authentic and true even if it is not audited.
Yes, Your Honor.
Eh bakit kayo magsasubmit sa amin ng hindi audited financial
But
statement?
the next year, it was audited and restated.
Eh pero ang pinag-uusapan natin dito, 6 billion investment pagkatapos hindi audited. Does the Bureau of Internal Revenue under the National Internal Revenue Code does not require if your total capital is 6,072,010,000 pesos, the balance sheet as well as the profit and loss statement should be audited. Oh,
Honorable Secretary, would you like the BIR to respond?
ha?
BIR, you would like them to reply?
Yes.
Yes, BIR is recognized.
Bureau of Internal Revenue. Pag ang total assets ba at liability, ang total equity is 6,072,010,000 pesos, must the financial statements be audited or not?
It must be audited, Your Honor.
Oh, it must be audited. So my
Your
next
Honor,
question is, does the holding company have an audited financial statement for the year ending December 31, 1999? No. The holding company, the accountant.
ABS CBN Holdings.
We don't have po.
You don't have. What about profit and loss statement? Did you prepare any profit and loss statement for the year 1999? Meron ba? Holding company?
Yes, Your Honor. It was
Yes.
submitted to BIR po.
Ha?
Sinabit po sa BIR.
Do you have a copy of that?
We look for the documents that has a stamp received by BIR.
Pero ang problema natin, yun naman sinabit yung dokumento rito sa amin, nalito na kami kahahanap sa USB, walang profit and loss statement for the 9-month period ending December 31, 1999. So if there is a profit and loss statement na pinail nyo sa Bureau of Internal Revenue, ang susunod kong tanong, bakit kami hindi binigyan ng kopya? Can you answer for that?
Yung 2009 po kasi.
Hindi, yung 2009. 1999 ang pinag-uusapan natin.
1999 po, sorry. Yung 2009 po kasi is interim financial po. So, subsequent to that, it's a full year that has to be audited. That's why the auditor found out that there are expenses that has to be accrued in
Hindi
2009.
I got you short kasi check mo sa akin ang sagot mo.
statements.
Simple lang ang tanong ko. Unang tanong, nag-file ba kayo ng balance sheet sa Bureau of Internal Revenue noong 1999? Ang sagot mo,
Opo.
hindi. Hindi. You answered no. That's why I asked, nag-file kayo, pero ang sagot ng inyong corporate secretary, it is not audited. Kaya ang tanong ko sa BIR, should it be audited? Ang sabi ng BIR, yes. Next question, nag-file ba kayo ng profit and loss statement sa Bureau of Internal Revenue for the year ending December 31, 1999? Yes or no?
We'll have to check po.
Kasi ang problema, nagbigay kayo ng balance sheet. Hirap na hirap kami sa hanap ng profit and loss. Hindi nyo naman binigay. Sa mga accountant naman, alam nila, basic financial statement, you just submit the balance sheet and profit and loss statement. And we're dealing with a very big corporation. Yun lamang ang aming ano rito. At the start of my interpellation, I requested you to look at the balance sheet of the holding company from 1999 up to the present. Sinabit yung lahat yan. Tinignan mo na ba kung magkano ang pinakamataas na cash na nasa balance sheet ng holding company? Wala. Kung 100 milyon, kung 500 milyon, kung 1 bilyon. Wala.
Wala pong 100 million.
Ha? Walang?
The 2016 shows that the cash and cash equivalents of ABS CBN Holdings or 2018 is 18,852,659.
18 million. In spite of the fact na PDRs ng isi-issue ng holding company would amount to billions of pesos. Kaya doon lamang kami nagtataka kung bakit ganoon ang cash position ng holding company. Well, I think I have to stop. Kasi Mr. Chairman, I requested also the BIR, si Assistant Commissioner, siguro kulang ang oras para isubmit sa amin. Number one.
Honorable Barsaga, you still have 4 minutes.
Okay. So, balik naman tayo rito sa ano. Iwanan ko na muna in the meantime yung ABS CBN Holdings Corporation.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
the time of the gentleman Barsaga is very valuable, but we cannot let the incomplete answers of their accountant, who's making it difficult for this matter to be understood, stand in the way of the time of Mr. Barsaga. If they will only answer it clearly, then we can move on to the other topics. But we're being held back by answers which do not satisfy the Honorable Barsaga.
Yes, the Honorable Remulla. But at any rate, nag-request naman po si Mr. Barsaga to look into that, and I think it's incumbent upon this committee that we go back to the figures that were asked by the Honorable Barsaga.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, but if this will go on with the questions not being answered immediately by the other side, then we are letting them profit with their own misdeeds, if that is the case.
Honorable Remulla, I would understand the witness because the question was way back 1999. But I think the basic question of the Honorable Barsaga is basic. You have 6 billion, but you have 18 million. Yun lang po naman ang tanong ng Honorable Barsaga. Bakit po ganun? It may be 1999, it may be 2009, it may even be last year. Bakit itong shell company na napakalaking hinahawakang pondo ay napakaliit ng cash at maliit ang binabayaran na buwis. Tama po ba, Honorable Barsaga?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So I would just request the accountant, number one, did you actually file a balance sheet as well as profit and loss statement for the year 1999? If yes, could we have a copy? And second, were those documents filed in 1999 audited? And three, if those documents were filed, what is the reason kung bakit hindi nyo kami binigyan ng kopya? And also, I am interested in the cash position. What is the cash position at the end of 1999 up to 2018 per year? Okay? Kaya-kaya mo na yan, Ms. Accountant. So I go back to ABS CBN Corporation.
Honorable Barsaga, just in pursuit of the point of the Honorable Lemuria, sino po ba ang, yung accountant po ba natin noong 1999, noong una itong sinimulan, nandun na po ba kayo? Wala po.
Your Honor, I'm with ABS CBN Holdings in 2000 po.
A year after. So, nandyan na rin po kayo more or less. Opo. So, yun na lang po request ni Mr. Barsaga dahil may punto po si Honorable Remulla. Ang akala ko po kasi, baka hindi nyo maalala dahil 1999, baka wala pa po kayo dito. In 2000 pa lang po pala, nandyan na kayo. Yes, okay. Honorable Remulla.
Mr. Chairman, the ABS CBN Corporation is asking for a renewal of their franchise, which means it is the right and duty of Congress to review their performance for the past 25 years. They should be able to answer all the questions about the past 25 years. This is unthinkable, Mr. Chairman, that they will make it a reason that they didn't keep the documents because they know they'll be going back to Congress to seek another franchise. If they don't want to answer the question, Mr. Chairman, then so be it. Let's make it an unanswered question which ABS-CBN refused to answer. Make it a question they refuse to answer, Mr. Chairman.
So noted, Honorable Remulla. Honorable Barsaga, you may continue.
And last request to our accountant, who has been the accountant of the holding company as early as 2000. Yun lamang request ko kung ano ang record nyo ng payment ng transaction tax ng shares of stocks transfer together with the payment of documentary stamp tax. And I would be having a similar request to the Bureau of Internal Revenue for the last 10 years.
Okay po.
Assistant Commissioner, pwede ba? Where is our Assistant Commissioner?
Assistant Commissioner Mapo is recognized.
Move to suspend, Mr. Chairman.
Session suspended.
Siguro na magre-raise na ako ng...
Session resume. Honorable Barsaga.
Assistant Commissioner, magre-request lamang ako kung anong record ang available sa inyo evidencing the tax on the transaction regarding the transfer or sale of shares of stocks ng ABS CBN Corporation, ng ABS Holding Company, at saka yung documentary stamp tax. even for the last 10 years, kung ano ang available.
Mr. Chair and honorable members, good afternoon again. If we will be referring to ABS CBN Holdings Corporation, again, with all due respect, Mr. Chair, we will be needing a waiver coming from the taxpayer. Because the waiver executed by Mr. Katigbak yesterday was for ABS CBN Corporation.
So, we would request the ABS CBN Holding Company to inform this House the listing of the taxpayer of the owners of the shares of stocks of ABS CBN based on the record, so that we can ask for their conformity in order not to violate the confidentiality of the tax records of a taxpayer, which is guaranteed under the National Internal Revenue Code. Section what, Assistant Commissioner?
Section 270, Your Honor.
273.
270, Your Honor.
270, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ngayon, Assistant Commissioner,
Honorable Barsaga, para ho pagpapatuloy, nagsalita na naman po yung ABS CBN Holdings kanina, but may we get the official response of the ABS CBN Holdings as regards the requirement of the BIR. Kailangan lang po nila yung authorization para maibigay nila yung dokumento na hiningi ng Honorable Barsaga.
Mr. Chairman, we can provide that authorization.
Marami po salamat. If the letter can be kindly be sent to this committee para po ibigay natin sa BIR at nang ganun po naman ang BIR naman mapadala ang dokumento dito.
Yes,
Marami po salamat. Thank you.
Assistant Commissioner, we realized that we have already a very tight schedule last night. Nag-request ako last night kung pwede sanang maibigay sa amin yung corresponding tax payment ng ABS-CBN Corporation for the last 3 years at ihiwalay natin yung withholding as well as the value-added tax. Unfortunately, up to now, hindi pa natatanggap ng ating COMSEC. May we know what is the update on this, Assistant Commissioner?
Nakamute po. Assistant Commissioner Mapoy, nakamute po.
Unmute.
Ano po?
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair,
Go
the
ahead.
records that you requested yesterday were emailed to the COMSEC before noon today.
Just verification, COMSEC. Natanggap ba ng ating committee?
COMSEC, kindly reply. The emails of the BIR as regards the expanded value-added tax, withholding taxes, final withholding tax, real estate tax, all other components of the total tax paid by ABS-CBN. Tama po ba?
Well, yes, unfortunately, siguro medyo nabigla ang ating COMSEC nang hinihingi ko kanina. Ang sagot niya, wala pa raw.
Wala pa up to now.
Meron na?
Wala pa daw.
Wala pa raw, Assistant Commissioner. Magkalapit lamang tayo.
We sent that, Your Honor. We sent, Your Honor. And if you want, we can have it presented.
Sige po.
We can have it shared, but we sent the documents that you requested, Your Honor.
Sino kaya ang tumanggap based on your records? Baka ibang committee.
1:47 p.m. to House Committee on Legislative Franchise.
So, 147.
Yes, 1:47. I'm sorry.
Okay lang,
Your Honor.
Commissioner. So, just to clarify, yung ating BAT, ang sinasabi ng iba kong nakakausap, yung mga artista ng ABS-CBN, pati na ng ibang channel, pag binabayaran sila, tanggal na ang BAT. Tama po ba?
ABS-CBN?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And aside from BAT, sa mga artista, ano pa ang tinatanggal nyo?
Mayroon pong expanded withholding tax po.
And how much is that?
That is either 10% po or 15%. Depende po sa income.
So, sa madaling sabi, 10% BAT at saka 15% expanded withholding tax.
To correct lang po, in most cases, it's 12% VAT and 10% expanded withholding.
10% expanded withholding.
Proposal mga entertainers.
Ha?
Sir, 10% or 15% po. Depende po sa income bracket.
Hindi, maximum.
Maximum po is
Ito ang
50.
paboritong star ni Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, si Coco Martin.
Balik.
Ang bayad ng ABS-CBN, 10 million for 1 year. Example lang to,
okay.
Masyadong mababayan.
15% po yung maximum. Pag
15%.
ang 10%, opo.
Representing,
Expanded withholding tax po.
what about the VAT?
12% po yung VAT.
So, bali, theoretically, 12 plus 25, that would, 12 plus 15, 27%.
12 plus 15 po, 27%.
27%. That is sa madaling sabi, yung wini-withhold nyo is part of the compensation of the actors or actresses of the ABS-CBN.
Yun pong, opo,
Okay.
yung VAT po, if I lang po, kung pwede lang po, yung
Yes.
VAT po is input tax naman po ng ABS-CBN. Yun naman pong expanded withholding tax, yun po yung sinabi nyo kahapon.
Sinabi nating input tax ng ABS-CBN. Ako, hindi ko rin kabisado yun. Ano ba ibig sabihin nating input tax ng ABS-CBN?
Ang ABS-CBN po, pag nagbabayad po ng services at saka ng goods, yung binabayad po nila, mayroon po siyang nakukuha na, may binabayad po siyang value-added tax. Pag palabas po, input tax po yon na pwede po naming i-offset against our value-added tax na output tax naman po. So may input-output mechanism po siya.
Oo nga, we know that. Pero ang sinasabi nating output tax ay yung sa mga stars.
Iyon pong output tax naman po ay yung pagbenta namin ng aming mga produkto at services.
Produkto nyo. Pero balik lang muna tayo sa mga artista, don't complicate.
Sige po.
So, 12%
Opo.
plus 15. Yung 12% VAT, what do you consider that? Input or output?
Input po.
Input. So, in reality, chargeable yan sa mga artista.
In reality, kasama po siya sa binabayad namin sa artista.
O nga, pero binabawas nyo.
Actually po,
Hinahawakan nyo lamang.
actually hindi po. Binabayad po namin sa kanya. Hindi po namin hinahawakan.
Hindi kayo nagwi-withhold ng VAT?
Ang VAT po, hindi po nagwi-withhold eh.
Hindi kayo nagwi-withhold?
Opo, sila po ang dapat mag-declare ng babayaran
So,
nila po.
ano yung VAT na inyong wini-withhold?
Honorable Barsaga, if I may just give you 1 minute, we were already reminded by the chair.
So, we will just request the ABS-CBN to make a presentation or a position paper regarding the VAT.
Opo, sige
Okay.
po.
Next question. I was able to read for a while the case of Quezon City and City Treasurer of Quezon City. Courtesy of Attorney?
Visera, Your Honor.
Okay. Binasa ko yung asunto rito. Dito pala, ang Quezon City, merong city ordinance requiring the payment of the franchise. Ang ABS-CBN, ang sabi nila, well, under the franchise, hindi na kami liable magbayad ng franchise tax. Pero ang nangyari, based on the decision of the Supreme Court, nanalo ang ABS-CBN sa RTC, nanalo ang ABS-CBN sa Court of Appeals, pagdating sa Supreme Court, reverse ang decision, and the decision was penned by the late Justice Ruben Reyes, nang sabi nila, the city government of Quezon City has the right to collect the taxes. Tama ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Sa ngayon, nagbabayad pa ba kayo sa taxes sa Quezon City based on that ruling and based on the city ordinance of Quezon City?
If I may answer po, kasi po ako po yung
Yes.
nagbabayad. Ang binabayaran po namin ay local franchise tax in lieu of the local business tax po. It is, nagbabayad po kami. Sa
Simple lang
madaling
tayo.
sabi po.
Ang issue roon, the local franchise tax based on the city ordinance of Quezon City. Okay. Kaya ang tanong ko lamang ngayon, kayo ba ay nagbabayad ng local franchise tax based on the city ordinance and also based on the decision of the Supreme Court? As simple as that.
Nagbabayad po kami.
Nagbabayad kayo?
Opo.
So, thank you very much because the chairman might run for mayor and he knows already what taxes ABS-CBN would be paying.
Thank you, Honorable Barsaga. Kanina mo pa kami tinuturo ni Honorable Marcoleta. Pero ang katanungan ko po, gusto niyo po bang makita yung mga VAT sa mga artista o individual na mga artista? Wag na po.
Wag na. Baka
Wag na
malaman natin na masyadong mataas ang kanilang binabayad. But that is part of the expenses of ABS-CBN. As a matter of fact, that is a major component of their cost of sales or cost of good, right?
Opo.
Okay.
At kasama na rin po yung pagbayad ng buwis. Malaki rin po ang bayad na buwis dahil doon. Baka po pag nakita nyo, ay magsisi kayo na kayo nag-abuga siya kaysa kayo
That
po ay
will be
nag-artista.
good for the Bureau of Internal Revenue because as I have stated, taxes are the lifeblood of the government. Yon ang buwis, ang buhay at dugo ng bawat pamahalaan. Well, anyway, I'll not go in detail about that issue. So yun lang nire-request ko sa ating accountant.
Thank you for the very informative interpolation of the Honorable Barsaga, a CPA lawyer. I now go back to our chair, Honorable Alvarez.
Maraming salamat, Kong Mike, Congressman Barsaga. Next po na magtatanong ay si Congressman Rolando Valeriano. Kong Valeriano. Okay, unmute si Kong.
Nakamute po, Congressman, nakamute po. Sorry.
Ayan po.
Okay po.
Ako.
Okay na.
Okay na po.
Okay na po.
Okay. Para po, maikli lamang po yung katanungan ko at madali lamang po. Meron po ba tayong representative mula sa Big D Pen Company?
Yes, Your Honor.
Opo. Ano po ang nature ng business ng Big D Pen?
Your Honor, Big Dipper is engaged in digitizing and repurposing content for easier distribution and export to the international market, and also for distribution in the local market.
And because of that, kayo po ay nag-qualified bilang PESA accredited corporation or company. Tama po ba?
That's correct, Your Honor. We qualified as an IT enabled enterprise.
Sa local po, ano po ang ninyo sa ABS Corporation? Meron po ba kayong relationship with ABS? Sila po ba yung clients niyo? Or ano po?
Sorry, could you repeat the question, Your Honor?
Meron po ba kayong relasyon sa ABS Corporation? Sila po ba yung kliyente ninyo, supplier ninyo? What is the relationship of Big Dipper to ABS Corporation?
Your Honor, Big Dipper is a 100% owned subsidiary of ABS CBN Corporation.
So meron pong business ang Big Dipper at ang ABS Corporation.
That's correct.
Nag-i-import po ba ang Big Dipper? Nag-i-import po kayo ng imported articles?
It imports equipment, yes, Your Honor.
Nag-i-import, is that accepted from payment of duties and taxes as PESA accredited company?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So, tama po ba yung analysis ko na kapag exempted kayo sa duties and taxes, yung Big Dipper po ay gagamitin niya solely para sa purpose ng Big Dipper lamang?
Yes, Your Honor. That's correct.
So, ano po yung ini-import nyo? Meron po bang mga camera dyan dahil capital equipment po, di ba?
Basically, equipment, yes.
Ano pong klase equipment ng mga camera po na ginagamit ba? Yan po ba yun?
Hindi po camera, but equipment for the digitization process and the like.
Bago po natayo yung Big Dipper, ang ABS Corporation po ay existing for 25 years. So, before po, saan po sila kumukuha ng ganyang mga equipment? Nung wala pa po yung Big Dipper. Nag-i-import din po ang ABS.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Lopez.
Yeah. Yung equipment po ng Big Dipper are mostly hardware. These are used for transcoding and converting to digital a lot of our old programs so that we can use this for newer technology like mobile, sa internet, no? Which you can see like yung streaming services.
So, Mr. Lopez, ibig po sabihin, nagagamit ng ABS Corporation yung equipment ng Big Dipper. Tama po ba? Being the clients of Big Dipper.
Yes, Your Honor. Yun yung the ABS, Big Dipper is the, ABS is the client of Big Dipper. It does the work for ABS.
Ang ibig po sabihin, ang equipment po ng ABS Corporation ay halos libre ng duties and taxes dahil si Big Dipper po ay accredited ng PESA. Ganun po ba yun?
No, Your Honor.
Paano po yung yung system?
Your Honor, the equipment that is imported by Big Dipper and not by ABS CBN Corporation.
Yan po, kaya nga po ang punto ko, kung ang nag-i-import po ay si Big Dipper, which is duties and taxes exempted from ibig sabihin po, parang si ABS CBN din ay exempted din sa taxes dahil ginagamit niya as a client, as supplier ng Big Dipper. Tama po ba?
If I may answer po.
Yes, go ahead.
The equipment po of Big Dipper is used solely for the services that is being offered by Big Dipper to its clients. It so happened po that ABS-CBN is a client of Big Dipper. But none of the Big Dipper assets is actually being used by ABS-CBN in any of its production of content po. So what you're probably saying po is by the virtue of being a client of Big Dipper, si Big Dipper po would render service to ABS-CBN and thus use those equipment to render the service to ABS-CBN po.
Sa ganyang pong system, tanong ko lang po, meron po ba nagbabate sa inyo na PESA authority person para bantayan kung talagang hindi nagagamit ni ABS yung facilities ni Big Dipper? Because si Big Dipper po is exempted from duties and taxes. So kung ganun po, what is the assurance ng pwede po matanong ang PESA na ngayon? Sa PESA po kay
Yes.
Ma'am Pla.
The Honorable Plasat is recognized of PESA.
Magandang hapon po. Paano nyo po nababantayan na ang equipment na ipinasok ng Dipper na free of duties and taxes ay hindi na-enjoy ng ABS-CBN? Kasi po,
Yes, if I may answer that, Your Honor. Our export companies registered with PESA, like Big Dipper, enjoys different incentives. And one of this is the tax and duty-free importation. But before they will do the importation, Your Honors, they have to apply to PESA. They have to apply and advise the PESA board who will approve their application of the different equipment that they're going to import.
Pero po listing na
And the
equipment.
PESA board will approve this. And once this imported equipment will arrive in the country, PESA will inspect this. If these are those listed in the permitted importations of our IT enterprises. So we monitor this po. Hindi po pwede na si ABS-CBN ay sisingit ng kanilang mga importations of capital equipment it should only be the one registered with PESA. And it's not just the PESA management who will approve this, but the PESA board itself, where we have the members such as the Department of Finance under Secretary, we have the NEDA, we have the DTI, and 11 other agencies of the government are represented in the PESA board. So it's the PESA board who approves and issues the letter of authority to those importations requested by our IT enterprises and export companies, Your Honor.
So, talaga po, yung facilities, yung equipment na in-import ni Big Dipper, kung ang client niya po ay ABS, pinagagamit po ng ABS yung facilities ni Big Dipper being a client of Big Dipper. Tama po ba yung pagkakaintindi?
Yes po, sir. In fact, we have a record for every IT enterprise and export companies registered with PESA. We have individual records of their importations, their exportations, and we required them to submit an annual reportorial report of their transactions, of their availment of the different incentives. So like for example, Your Honor, the Big Dipper acquired IT equipment which is sourced from foreign and local suppliers, consists of various computer equipment and software. For example, the board checklink, Dale PLU. Then we have the software interface, the interweb, media, log video. Many more are in the list, Your Honors, that were allowed through the approval of the PESA board for Big Dipper to own managers, Your Honor, in, for example, in Metro Manila, who visits, who inspects regularly the ongoings of our IT enterprises and other export companies registered with PESA. Unless meron pong makalusot, of course we will appreciate and investigate immediately if meron pong nakalusot na hindi po kaugnay sa kanilang authority, no, the authorized activity ng isang registered company of PESA.
Kapag tapos na po nilang gamitin yung equipment nila, do they need to pay the duties and taxes o kinakailangan po nila re-export yun?
Kailangan nilang i-export. It's either once they sell this, no, halimbawa luma na po yung mga equipment nila, pwede nilang i-donate, pwede rin nilang ibenta. Okay.
Honorable Plaza, Congressman,
they have to pay the regular.
Honorable Plaza, ang tanong po ni Congressman Honorable Plaza, Administrator Plaza, ang tanong po ni Congressman Valeriano, kung yan lahat po ng produkto ay dapat for export, tingin ko po medyo i-check po natin yung ano dyan, yung provision ng batas.
Chairman, kasi yung line ng question ko ganito po, yung needs ng ABS CBN ay yun din po yung product ni Big Dipper. So kung yung needs ni ABS ay na-enjoy niya yung tax, yung exemption ng duties, yung po bang ibang network pwede rin magtatayo sila ng isang kumpanya para maka-avail ng free of duties and taxes, at pagkatapos yun naman yung i-hire or magsusupply sa isang company. Hindi po ba parang niliko lang natin ng konti? Ako po ay nagtatanong.
Opo, Congressman Valeriano, sinusuportahan ko po, Congressman Valeriano, yung binabanggit ninyo. Kaya nga po, Honorable Plaza, 1 minute.
In digital film archiving.
Honorable Valeriano, kasi po tinanong ninyo kung 100% yung export. Ang sagot po ng PESA, yes, that is the law. But I don't think that is the provision of the law. So maybe we can hear from the Honorable Plaza para ma-exacto po natin kung ano yung provision of law. Honorable Plaza is recognized. Administrator Plaza is recognized.
Sir, what law are you referring at? The PESA.
Tinanong po kasi kayo ni Congressman Valeriano, ang sabi niya, kung kailangan pong 100%. Ang sagot niyo po, yes, that is the law. So I wanted you to check.
No, sir.
Okay, yes.
Nag-mute kasi tayo in a while, no? If it is a foreign investor or a foreign registered company, we allow 70% for export and 30% for domestic sales. But if it is Filipino-owned, we allow 50% export and 50% domestic sales.
Thank you po. Yung po ang tanong ni Congressman Valeriano.
Sila sa kanilang export quota, for example, or domestic market quota, they have to pay already the regular taxes of the excess, representing the excess. Kaya nga po may limit po yung kanilang export and export sales and domestic sales. So beyond that or over that rate or percentage, they already have to pay the regular tax. So sir, iba po
Congressman
yung
Valeriano, ang sinasabi po ni Congressman Plaza,
we don't include here the equipment on broadcast. Only equipment related to the IT activity of Big Dipper. And they cannot bring outside the ecozone this equipment. So this equipment must be used inside the economic zone or the IT center.
Congressman Valeriano, to your query, if it is a foreign company, 70% export, 30% domestic. Pagka po domestic corporation, 50% export, 50% domestic. Go ahead, Congressman Valeriano.
That's right po. So if it's over the required or allowed percentage of export and domestic sales, they have to pay already the regular tax.
So Honorable Plaza, sa mabilis lang pong pag-analyze ninyo, magkano na po yung natipid o yung tax holiday, the duties and tax? Estimate nyo po, magkano na po ang natipid ng Big Dipper because of being a PESA accredited company?
Sir, hindi po namin ma-compare, no? Kasi dito po sa PESA, when we provide the incentives, hindi po pwedeng apples to apples, no? Meaning, kung ano yung ininvest ng company, ay yun din ang in-expect nating ibabayad niya as tax, no? Kasi po, makikita natin ang effect ng ating mga incentives in other forms, in different forms. For example, why are we giving incentives to PESA or to export companies? Because they bring in huge capital investment. They are the ones who bring in new technology. They create thousands of jobs. So, we are not the only country who is now attracting exporters. This is now the trend, not just in Asia, no, but in many countries of the world. Countries now are putting up economic zones and attracting investors, especially export companies, with their incentives, fiscal and non-fiscal incentives. So recently, NEDA conducted the cost-benefit analysis. And the findings of that cost-benefit analysis is that there is more income brought in by the export companies of PESA than the taxes forgone. And other than that, the host LGUs, for example, became highly urbanized cities because 2% of the gross income earning paid by the export companies of PESA is a share of the LGU host. So,
salamat po, Honorable.
Apple to apple, no? Kasi Kasi nga po, kung makita natin yung mga host LGUs, Congressman Remulla is there, Congressman Go of Baguio City is there. They can tell you what contributions to social progress, to the income and the higher classification of their LGUs, because they hosted economic zones and export companies. So they enjoyed among the LGUs of the country the low poverty and crime incidents, for example. So ito po yung gustong i-repeat ni PESA. So
ubos yung oras ko. Huling katanungan ko na lamang po at pwede ko na po bang matanong yung ABS muna bago ako magtapos sa oras ko?
Congressman Valeriano, pwede po naman siguro, with the acceptance of the chair, pwede kayong dagdagan pa ng konti, Congressman Valeriano.
Kaya po, pero napan din ako sa signal. Sa ABS Corporation lang po.
Opo.
Huling ko lang po. Nung po bang naging supplier nyo or nung itinayo po ba yung Big Dipper being a PESA accredited company, nakatipid po bang ABS Corporation in terms of taxes or expenses?
Congressman,
yes,
Your Honor, when we set up PESA back in 2009, ABS-CBN was not a client because there was no requirement from ABS-CBN at that point. So from the evolution when they started in 2009, ABS-CBN became a client in late 2014 when a new product of ABS-CBN was launched. This was our OTT platform na I Want, because we needed to repurpose and reformat the content that is needed for the OTT platform. Kasi iba po yung platform for television, iba naman po yung platform or what you call bitrate for mobile phone. So at that point po, noon lang po naging kliyente ng Big Dipper ang ABS-CBN. But from 2009 to late 2014, it was doing content repurposing for our international market po. Kasi nauna po ang international market sa OTT, different platforms, IPTV, sila po yung nauna. Na medyo nahuli po ang Pilipinas sa OTT platform. Salamat po.
So kaya nga po, kung sakali pong wala si Big Dipper and they did not enjoy the exemption from PESA, tingin niyo po ba mas malaki ang ginagastos ng ABS Corporation mula po nung 2014? Kasi po si Big Dipper is exempted sa, marami po siyang exemption being a PESA accredited company. Ngayon po, kung sakaling wala si Big Dipper na kumpanya nyo rin naman, kung wala po siya, ibig sabihin po, walang exempted sa taxes, walang exempted sa duties and taxes, walang tax holiday. Dumating na po yung evolusyon ng media network. Kinakailangan nyo na rin po talagang magbago. Tingin nyo po ba mas malaki ang gagastusin ninyo without Big Dipper?
I would say po, your question is, mas malaki po ba ang gagastusin ng ABS-CBN kung wala pong Big Dipper when they do their repurposing? Kung ganun po ang mangyayari at wala po kaming facility or ang Big Dipper the facility to do the repurposing, siguro po i-outsource po ito sa ibang bansa at mas mamahal pa po at ibang bansa po ang kikita nito. Kasi hindi po siya activity or wala pong assets ang ABS-CBN to do the services being rendered by Big Dipper po.
So, si Big Dipper po ba kayo lang ang kinikater sa network industry?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor. Big Dipper transacts directly with ABS-CBN and the group.
Talagang tailor-fit si Big Dipper pala talaga. Pumasok siya sa PESA to enjoy the tax holiday as well as the other exemption from taxes to cater ABS Corporation. Tama po ba yung analysis ko na yan?
Your Honor, Big Dipper is an IT enterprise, and it engages in a separate line of business from ABS. The service that it provides is required by ABS so that the content that ABS produces can be distributed overseas, Your Honor. So, for example, the content that is produced has to be modified or edited in some way so that it's playable in different platforms or it's able to meet the standards of different countries. As a matter of fact, Big Dipper is probably the only company in the Philippines that was recently accredited by iTunes, so that the content is now playable in iTunes, and I think shortly even Amazon. So yung serbisyo po ng Big Dipper is different and kailangan po ng ABS. If I may ask that our tax counsel, Attorney Lucille Becerra, be recognized, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, if you may, just so po we clarify the question, because there were questions a while ago on the importation of equipment being made by Big Dipper as a tax-exempt entity. Big Dipper, being a company rendering service, would need this equipment in order to do the digitization services. So the main clients would be ABS CBN and the other companies of ABS CBN or ABS CBN Group. So the equipment are used solely by Big Dipper in its digitization services and are not being used by ABS CBN. So ABS CBN just secures the services of Big Dipper. So there is no sharing po of the equipment because ABS-CBN is not doing the digitization services. From my understanding po, digitization is very important and is in fact integral in the content production of ABS-CBN. As mentioned a while ago by the CFO, had it been that there is no Big Dipper in the Philippines, then ABS-CBN might have secured the services of offshore companies, which we understand might be, more expensive. And personally, from my perspective is, though ABS-CBN created Big Dipper, which it wholly owns, and it enjoys incentives, though right now it's subject already to the 5% gross income tax, there is a separate entity that is contributing to the Philippine government. Had it been that there is no Big Dipper, then we don't have an entity which is paying 5% and which is also generating employment for which it is withholding taxes from its employees.
Salamat po, pero tama po ba na even with or without Big Dipper, magdi-digitization na rin ang ABS Corporation? Dahil doon na po tayo papunta, hindi po ba? Even with or without Big Dipper, dyan din po papunta talaga ang industriya. Tama po ba yun?
Your Honor, I think you're referring po to the distribution of the content. ABS-CBN po right now is engaged in the business of broadcasting and content production. Kaya po ang equipment, ang ginagawa ng ABS-CBN ay ang mag-produce po ng mga programa. Itong mga programa po na ito, if kinailangan po to show in other platforms, iulit ko lang po, wala pong assets ang ABS-CBN. Kaya po hindi ito maaring gawin ng ABS-CBN. As a matter of fact, before, Big Dipper was not accredited by iTunes. So if you go to iTunes, there are titles of ABS-CBN. We had to repurpose them in Hong Kong because in the region closest to us, it was only Hong Kong that is accredited by iTunes. And recently po, Big Dipper was accredited by iTunes. And in most recent pa rin po, we have our international platform has been accredited by Amazon Video. So proud po ang ABS, ang Big Dipper, na accredited po siya ngayon ng iTunes at ng Amazon Video.
Salamat po, Mr. Chairman. Yun lang po yung ibang katanungan ko. Gusto ko lang pong ipaalam na ako po hindi naman pro or anti, pero ako po ay membro ng committee ng legislative franchise. At sa dulo po nitong hearing, at the end of this hearing, isa po ako sa boboto. Kaya minarapat ko po na pakinggan at alamin ang both side po ng ABS at ng against. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Honorable Barillano. Congressman Chicoy, Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Mike. Maraming salamat, Congressman Baderiano. Ang next po na magtatanong ay si Congressman Franz Castro na binigyan ng additional 5 minutes ni Kong Kuliaman. So meron pong total 10 minutes. Kong Franz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. So sa BIR, Mr. Chair, yung ating pong resource person from the BIR. So, may he be recognized, Mr. Chair, yung atin pong taga-BIR, baka hindi niya marinig yung questions ko.
BIR?
Diyan po sila.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, Congresswoman Castro, isa lang pong Mr. Chairman, may we know if RD Galanza has already taken his oath?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Go ahead, Congressman.
Yesterday, Your Honor.
Salamat po, Congresswoman Castro. Go ahead.
Maraming pong salamat. So kahapon po may presentation ng ABS CBN dun sa kanilang pagbabayad ng tax kasi yun naman yung issue dito whether or not ang ABS CBN po ay nagbabayad ng tax o hindi o kung meron man silang problema dito sa pagbabayad ng tax. So at syempre pinresent din po yung presentation sa Senado ng isang reporter from the ABS-CBN. So 2016 to 2018, so we have 14.38 billion na ibinayad po ng ABS-CBN na tax. Tama po ba ito?
Tama po, yan po ang numero na, sorry.
Okay.
Good evening. Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Assistant Commissioner. This is Assistant Commissioner Mapoy. Director Alvin Galanza was sitting here before because I thought the question would be after the Big Dipper. Yes, Your Honor. The figure that I mentioned yesterday, the 15 billion something, the figure that I mentioned yesterday amounting to 15 billion 382 million 423,364 pesos and 16 centavos is the correct amount of payments made by ABS CBN Corporation for 2016, 17, 18, and 19, Your Honors.
So with your report po, medyo tumaas pa, no? Naging 15 billion plus for the last 3 years. Tama po?
Yes, Your Honor. With all due respect, the figure mentioned by Mr. Cabantac during the Senate session was not complete yet.
Yes, and I understand also that this covers the different kinds of taxes paid by the corporation. So with this record, Mr. Representative from the BIR po, so how would you fare the ABS-CBN in terms of payments po, payments of taxes po? How would you fare them?
Your Honor, in terms of what?
The corporation.
Your Honor, as a corporate taxpayer, or are you going to ask us on how we are going to run
corporate
ABS-CBN?
taxpayer. As a corporate taxpayer po.
As a corporate taxpayer, as what Mr. Cabantac said, ABS-CBN Corporation has been regularly paying its corporate taxes for the past years.
how would you fare naman po in terms of dun sa binabayad nilang tax, in terms of the highest taxpayer corporation po sa ating bansa? How would you fare them naman po?
Your Honor, for the year 2016, as far as our records are concerned, ABS CBN Corporation ranked number 65. For the year 2017, number 275. And for taxable year 2018, number 339, Your Honors.
Okay, so sa inyo pong pag-assess o sa inyo pong pag-evaluate, so in terms po doon sa performance ng pagbabayad ng tax at yung tungkol po doon sa sinasabi niyo pong mga ranking, so how would you fare the ABS-CBN as taxpayer po? In general.
I think the ranking of ABS CBN speaks for herself. That for the year 2016, number 65, 17, 275, 2018, 339. As far as the sales is concerned versus the tax payment, we need to collect more.
So is another question, Mr. Chair, is there any pending proceedings versus ABS-CBN, like, kasi ito naman yung pinag-uusapan natin, di ba? May mga pinadala po ba kayong notices of assessment or reminding them of their tax kasi nalilate sila sa pagbabayad ng mga anumang mga tax? Is there any record of that, Mr. Chair?
Currently, Your Honor, ABS CBN Corporation is under investigation for the year 2019. 2018 and prior years, they were already investigated. But if we will speak of delinquent account, there is no outstanding delinquent account as we speak, Your Honor. I'm speaking of delinquent account, Your Honor.
So, masasabi natin na yung ABS-CBN po in terms of pagbabayad po ng tax ay siguro kung bibigyan natin ng grado, pwede po ba nating for the grades of 1 to 10, pwede po bang nating masabing 8 or 9 or 10? Pasensya na po kayo, teacher ako eh.
Your Honor, that is a very difficult question, Your Honor. It's a very difficult question.
Oh, yeah, I understand. Pero in terms of yung pag-ano po ng responsibilidad nila sa pagbabayad ng tax, yun naman po yung hinahanap dito eh, kung talagang nagbabayad po ng maayos. So wala naman pong mga record. At hindi po ba, Mr. Chair, kapag meron pong, kahit na hindi ABS-CBN, kapag merong company na nagkaroon ng delinquency sa pagbabayad ng tax or hindi po nakakapagbayad ng tax, meron po tayong proseso under the National Internal Revenue Code ng BIRs and rules and regulations. Hindi po ba, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Your Honor, we have policy here on how to assess and how to collect ultimately as far as the taxpayer is concerned. They have to undergo the process, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. At alam natin yung due process na ito ng rights ng taxpayers para sa equivalent ng, parang sinasabi natin, you are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Paborito ko na po ito eh dahil sa terrorism bill. So, tatapusin muna, for example, ng BIR, yung proseso ayon sa batas, rules and regulation, bago maituturing na talagang violative of the laws. Tama po ba ito?
Opo, Your Honor. May process po tayong sinusunod, Your Honor.
Okay, so, salamat po. Dito po, bigyan niyo po ako ng idea tungkol sa exemption sa mga taxes. Kailan po ba nagkakaroon ng exemption sa tax? Halimbawa po, meron po ang isang corporation ng corporate social responsibility. So meron po bang ganun? Bigyan niyo nga po ako ng idea tungkol doon sa, in terms of BIR perspective po.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, kamukha po kanina, nasabi na po ng head ng PESA yung mga exemption as far as that agency is concerned. Sa BIR naman po, mayroon po tayong sari-saring mga incentives na ibinibigay. Mayroon pong subject to different rate or lower rate. Mayroon pong subject to regular rate. Kung ang sinasabi niyo po ay yung sa corporate social responsibility, mayroon po tayong mga asosasyon na hindi po talaga sila nasa subject sa tax, pero kailangan po nilang kumuha ng karampatang sertifikasyon o exemption sa mga government agencies at sa BIR. Hindi po yan ibinibigay nang nag-apply ka ngayon ay automatic ay ibibigay po yun.
Ito po yung sa mga associations, mga foundations, at iba pa
Opo,
pong
Your
mga
Honor.
iba pa pong mga organizations. Okay, thank you po. Sa ABS-CBN, Mr. Chair, sa ABS-CBN po, no? So, ang ABS-CBN po ay nakikita natin na very active in terms of kung merong mga kalamidad, merong mga nangyayari sa ating mga mamamayan, at active ang ABS-CBN sa pagtulong. Tama po ba yun? Involved po ba ang ABS-CBN sa mga ganong, lalo na ngayong pandemya, may mga pamilya tayo na natutulungan at nabibigyan ng mga goods at iba pa pong mga ayuda. Active po ba ang ABS-CBN sa mga ganun?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so how is the ABS-CBN related to the foundation? Kasi yung foundation yata yung arm ng ABS-CBN para tumulong dun sa ating mga mamamayan.
Your Honor, the ABS-CBN Foundation is a separate entity from ABS-CBN Corp.
Pero yung ABS-CBN as a corporation, meron din kayong mga ginagawang pagtulong po dun sa ating mga mamamayan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you cite some significant events or calamity that the ABS-CBN were helped our people?
Your Honor, may I ask that Ms. Susan Afan of ABS-CBN Foundation be recognized? She's on Zoom.
Honorable Castro, I will allow the line of questioning, but we are on the tax issue. Is that related to the foundation?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, gusto lang nating ipakita dito no kung paano yung ating paano siguro yung relasyon nung pagtulong ng sa ating mga mamamayan ng ABS-CBN. So kung hindi po yun
Kung maaari po, Ms. Castro, baka po mag-object yung iba nating kasama dahil po sa ibang topic. But I will allow you. Go ahead.
Kasi kanina, Mr. Chair, bumalik tayo sa PDR, bumalik tayo sana mabigyan din ako ng pagkakataon na. But anyway, so yun din naman ang topic natin kanina, yung tungkol dun sa taxes. So siguro, it's last comment na lang po from the ABS-CBN kung pahihintulutan niya, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. Go ahead, ABS.
Your Honor, to the original question, ABS-CBN Corporation does provide financial assistance or support to ABS-CBN Foundation. And when there are calamities, such as the recent Taal volcano or other typhoons, ABS-CBN Corporation is there to give financial support and other types of support, Your Honor.
In relation to the point of the Honorable Castro, you do
Yan
not...
po, Mr. Chair, tama po. Yun po yung gusto kong mapalabas na may relasyon po yung pagtulong ng isang corporation sa isang foundation para makatulong po dun sa ating mga mamamayan. So, yun po, dahil...
Honorable Castro, i-relate ko lang po. Hindi po kayo humingi ng tax credit o kahit anong tax break sa inyong tulong sa foundation? Wala po.
Your Honor, we receive a certificate of donation.
Okay. So that's it. That's the only thing that you receive. Okay. Go ahead, Honorable Castro.
So, wala namang tax yung sa certificate of donation o mga minimal taxes lang na binabayad for documents and whatever. Meron po ba?
Your Honor, that allows us to recognize it as an expense.
So, siguro to finalize my my line of questioning, Mr. Chair, as regards to the issue on taxation by the ABS-CBN. So nakikita naman natin, Mr. Chair, na mismong ang BIR sinasabi naman sa atin na yung ABS-CBN ay hindi naman delinquent at sila po ay nagbabayad ng buwis ng tama at bukod po dito, nakakatulong pa sila dun sa ating mga mamamayan through the foundation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Castro. Chairman Chicoy Alvarez.
Salamat po, Kong Mr. Castro. Ang next po, ang ating Minority Leader, Benny Abante.
Mr. Chair, for the information of the committees, Minority Leader Abante is still in another meeting, but he will be coming afterwards. So,
Sige, balikan na lang natin si Congressman Abante mamaya. Next na po kayo, Kong Kaloy. Nadagdagan po kayo ng time galing kay Congressman Tampunting at Congressman Gaite. Kong Kaloy.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few questions to just follow up to the line of questioning earlier by the Honorable Castro. There were allegations, claims that ABS-CBN Corporation, the Broadcasting Corporation, put up the foundation, the ABS-CBN, Kapamilya Foundation ba yun, as a shield and to escape the payment of proper taxes. May I inquire from ABS-CBN, what is your comment on this?
Your Honor, as we mentioned yesterday in the opening statement, that is false. We're quite transparent in, we're very transparent in the support that we provide to the ABS-CBN Foundation.
Are there activities conducted or supposed taxable activities or transactions by ABS-CBN Corporation that uses the foundation as a conduit, so just to escape tax liability, Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, wala pong transaction na ginagamit ng ABS-CBN ang foundation for that matter po.
So yung transaction po ng foundation at saka ang ABS-CBN Corporation ay purely ang korporasyon ay nagdo-donate doon sa ABS-CBN Foundation at itong donations na ito ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation sa foundation is treated as taxable donation or exempt from taxes.
The donation that are made by ABS-CBN Corporation to the foundation is not subject to donor's tax by virtue of the foundation being a PCNC accredited institution and a BIR registered foundation po.
Thank you for the answer. Again, there were also claims, even in social media, in the same manner that to avoid the payment of taxes, the proper taxes to the government, the ABS-CBN Corporation created or formed the ABS-CBN Holdings so that transactions supposedly taxable for ABS-CBN Corporation and now being conducted by ABS-CBN Holdings will no longer be taxable for that matter. What can you comment on that?
Sir, ABS-CBN Holdings po is not a subsidiary of ABS-CBN Corporation. It's actually po a subsidiary of Lopez Inc. So hindi po ABS-CBN ang nag-form ng ABS-CBN Holdings.
Thank you for that answer. So, nitong mga nakaraang 25 years, no? Your franchise was renewed. The last time was in 1995, if I'm not mistaken, 1995. Can you estimate, no, in terms of taxes na naitulong ng ABS-CBN for this period of for 25 years, no, doon sa ating national economy. Do you have a, ballpark figure how much is ABS-CBN injecting into our national economy, no, including all the other subsidiaries of ABS-CBN?
Your Honor, I can give you a 17-year look from 2003 to 2019. ABS-CBN as a group paid 71.5 billion in taxes.
71.5 billion taxes.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All the taxes, no, income tax, value-added tax, all the taxes. 71.5 billion.
Yes, Your Honor.
So that's for 17 years, no? And yun po ang tinitingnan natin dito. 71.5 billion is 71.5 billion. And sa panahon ngayon na grabe po ang krisis na dinadaanan natin, na pinalala pa ng krisis nitong pandemya ng COVID, ito yung billion na pwedeng mawala din in the next 10 or so years or 25 years, no? Na supposedly ay papasok sa ating pambansang ekonomiya. Even as we speak now, utang ng utang ang ating pamahalaan. 9 trillion na yung utang natin. At kung magkakataon na ang pagsasara ng ABS-CBN ay magtutuloy-tuloy, wag naman sana, no? Dahil sa ngayon, hindi na lang sa ere na shutdown ng ABS-CBN, no? Kahit na doon sa ibang platforms. And I don't know anong platforms pa ang ipapasara, no? But ang ibig sabihin nito ay napakalaki ng epekto rin nito sa ating ekonomiya, no? At nabanggit nga nito mga nakaraang araw, kahapon, by August, magsisimula ng mag-retrench, no, ang ABS-CBN. At hindi lang ito kawalan ng trabaho, kundi dagdag kawalan din ng buwis ito, no? Dahil yung mga manggagawa na matatanggal ay hindi na rin makakapagbayad ng kanilang income tax. So hindi lang taxes na mula sa ABS-CBN, kung hindi yung taxes mismo nung apektadong mga manggagawa, whether that's 4,000 or 11,000, but apektado sila. Samantalang ang ibang mga kumpanya nga ngayon ay talagang bagsak na, sarado na, no? So ito yung isang dapat titingnan natin, no? Tama na kailangang busisihin natin kung nagbabayad ba ng tamang buwis ang isang kumpanya. At dapat lang talaga magbayad dahil napakalaking kumpanya ng ABS-CBN. Pero tama rin ba na yung nagbabayad ng buwis ay patayin natin at hindi na siya makapagbayad pa ng buwis pa sa darating na mga panahon? Ang BIR na mismo ang nagsabi na sa kasalukuyan ay wala namang delinquency ang ABS-CBN. No? There were investigations in the past, there were compromises made, and out of those compromises ay nabayaran na yung dapat bayaran. No? And allowed, pinapayagan naman sa batas na i-contest ang isang pagbabayad ng buwis hanggang magkaroon ng compromise, no? So hindi naman pinagbabawal yan. At lalong hindi rin pinagbabawal sa ating kaayusan ngayon na magkaroon ng mga subsidiaries. No? For example, kung ito man ay pinapayagan dahil sa ating export-oriented economy na mayroong PESA, no, na nagtatayo ng mga enklabo para sa mga export-oriented activities. If it's allowed for the other corporations, certainly it's ABS-CBN can also avail of those kind of arrangement, no? Gaya nga ng ipinaliwanag kanina. So, ang usapin na ito ng taxes, sa tingin ko tama na tingnan at busisihin, but when the regulatory bodies, no, like the BIR, sa palagay ng kinatawang ito ay nagsabi na sa kasalukuyan ay kung mayroon mga question, nabayaran naman ang mga buwis na dapat bayaran ng ABS-CBN, I think that also already answered, no, those questions na kailangan malaman as far as this representation is concerned. So, yun lang yung gusto kong linawin na Mr. Chair, no? And I hope ang ating pagdinig na ito, this is already our 10th hearings, will already be wrap up soon, no? Para po magdesisyon na rin, no, ang Committee on Legislative Franchise sa pending na issue na nasa Committee on Legislative Franchise nitong itinutulak naming renewal or the new franchise na maibibigay sa ABS-CBN. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, the Honorable Zarate. Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Kong Kanloy Zarate. Kung Mike, nandiyan na ba si Congressman Minority Leader Benny Abante?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the good-looking Minority Floor Leader is already here.
Kong Benny, kayo na po ang next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry for just coming in because I was in an executive meeting for a while. But I just would like to ask continuing questions on the tax issue, no? Sa pananaw ko, what is being established here ay yung negative yung tax rate ng ABS-CBN for 2018. Na ibig sabihin ay hindi nagbayad ng buwis sa gobyerno ang ABS-CBN. So ang tanong, totoo ba ito? Pero madali naman itong mga verify sa BIR, di ba? Nakita natin, no? Meron tayo ritong BIR representative. Am I right, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Minority
All right.
Leader.
So I would like to ask this question to our BIR official. Nagbayad ba o hindi ng buwis ang ABS-CBN mula 2015 to 2019? Kung maaari, ang request ko, i-breakdown ninyo mula sa income tax, VAT, and withholding taxes. Ito. Sabihin ninyo ang kabuuang halaga ng ibinayad ng ABS-CBN na kontribusyon sa kabanang bayan, kung meron man. I'm asking our BIR official.
Assistant Commissioner Mapo is recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, we only have here 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019. As far as income tax is concerned, there was a total income tax due for 2016 amounting to 757.6 million. For 2017, the total income tax due 195.8 million. 2018, total income tax due 163.95 million. For 2019, 203.26 million. Creditable withholding tax. Can you show
BIR official, is this what ABS-CBN paid?
Your Honor, the total income tax due is based or was based on the minimum corporate income tax of the taxpayer for that particular year. However, there are several creditable withholding tax which they use during that specific year. Like for instance, for 2016, there was an excess there was an excess tax credit of 63.35 million, 357.65 million for 2017, and 669.78 million for
There was what,
2018.
Mr. Chair?
and
Mr. Chair, I didn't hear that.
Yes, Your Honor.
There was what?
Excess tax credit for that particular years.
Okay.
For 2016, there was an excess tax credit of 63.35 million, meaning the creditable withholding tax of ABS-CBN for 2016 is more than the amount of income tax that they are supposed to pay.
Excess,
And so on.
Mr. Chair, excess po ito, no? Excess ang sinasabi nyo.
Excess
ibig sabihin,
creditable withholding tax.
Sobra pa ang ibinayad ng ABS-CBN.
For 2016, ang ibinayad po ng ABS-CBN sa kanilang 757.6 million na income tax due ay withholding tax. Withholding tax. Ito pong withholding tax ay ito po ang winidhold sa kanila ng kanilang mga third parties at ginagamit nila ngayon na pang-offset sa kanilang income tax due. So in reality, the following year, 2016 or 2017, during the April 15 or so on, ala silang actual cash na binayaran na dahil malami ang kanilang creditable withholding tax.
May I ask, Mr. Chair, that our BIR officials submit these figures, this document to the committee, Mr. Chair?
We already, with all due respect, Your Honor, we already submitted these documents or these slides to the COMSEC at 1:47 p.m. today.
I confirm, Honorable Abante, it is already here. The COMSEC
All right.
already told us. Thank
Okay.
you, COMSEC.
Can I have a copy of that, please?
It is still with the Committee
Okay,
Secretary.
so that
Yes.
I will be able to understand, me not being a lawyer, I'd like to be able to understand that, no? Next question, Mr. BIR. Ano ang effective tax rate ng ABS-CBN o yung kabuuang pangkalahatang tax rate ninyo na ibinayad sa gobyerno na kontribusyon sa kaban ng bayan? Ito ay para malaman natin sa bawat piso na kanilang natanggap, magkano nito ang itinabi para sa kaban ng bayan. 10% ba bawat piso? 15% bawat piso? Ano po bang effective tax rate ng ABS-CBN?
Your Honor, good afternoon, Your Honor. For the year 2016, the effective income tax rate of ABS-CBN was 3.12%. 3.12%. For 2017, hindi na po makuha, medyo masyadong maliit. For 2018, hindi na din na po nakuha, masyado rin pong maliit in terms of percentage, Your Honor. Using NTRC formula. But as far as ETR based on MCIT due, for 2017, 0.86% only, 0.86. And for 2018, 0.72%, Your Honor. Less than 1%, Your Honor.
Now,
Yes.
sa kabuuang holdings ng ABS-CBN, may mga kumpanya.
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, unfortunately, we were able to secure only waiver from ABS-CBN Corporation. We cannot divulge all other figures pertaining to the subsidiaries of ABS-CBN Corporation.
Can you please
Unless a
repeat
waiver
that,
is
Mr.
issued.
Chair? Can you please repeat that? Medyo dahan-dahanin mo lang yung sinasaya mo.
Mr. Chair, good afternoon again. With all due respect, we were able to secure clearance or authorization only from ABS-CBN Corporation. So for all other subsidiaries of ABS-CBN Corporation, we cannot divulge any figure because that is covered by Section 270 of the National Internal Revenue Code, Mr.
Mr. Chairman, with the indulgence of the Minority Leader. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, this problem about the waivers of ABS-CBN will always come back to us unless they execute waivers for every company that is involved in this investigation or the review of their franchise. they know that they have many subsidiaries. Can we have the commitment of Mr. Lopez to have all the waivers ready by tomorrow? At least the CEOs of each company waiving the confidentiality requirement?
Okay, to clarify, Minority Floor Leader, kasi po kagabi, nun sa ABS-CBN, hiningan po ng BIR because there's a statute para mag-divulge. Kanina po yung ABS-CBN Holdings, hiningan din po. So, ang sinasabi ni Honorable Remulla, kung maaari, lahat na ho ng mga subsidiary companies, isahang waiver na lang, blanket, para naman pagka nagtatanong po kayo, katulad ngayon, hindi na po tayo bumabalik sa mga paghingi ng authorization.
Mr. Chair, can I be recognized, Mr. Chair?
Who is talking? May I?
Okay lang, okay lang.
This is from BIR. Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
yes, yes.
Can I be recognized?
Assistant Commissioner Mapoy, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, with all due respect, each company must execute a waiver, and the person authorized to execute a waiver is either the chairman, the CEO or president, or the treasurer. Any ranking official lower than those positions are not allowed to execute a waiver.
Salamat po, Assistant Commissioner Mapoy. Yes,
Your Honor, may I request that our CEO be recognized on Zoom to address his question?
Mr. Katigbak?
Mr. Carlo Katigbak.
Yes, Mr. Katigbak is in Zoom. Mr. Katigbak is recognized, sir.
Yes. Mr. Chair, last night we were allowed to give a verbal waiver on the confidentiality of ABS-CBN's tax information. So if that is continued to be allowed by the BIR, then the chairman, Mark Lopez, and I agree to waive confidentiality for all ABS-CBN subsidiaries.
Commissioner Mapoy, ang inihingi po ni Mr. Katigbak, okay, may verbal waiver po sila at isasubmit nila yung official documents for this purpose. Okay na po ba yun na Assistant Commissioner Mapoy?
Yeah, with all due respect, Mr. Chair, ang nasa tax code po kasi ay chairman, CEO, or treasurer of each corporation. If the uniform chairman of all Lopez Group of Companies is Mr. Lopez himself, then he should issue one waiver each.
Opo, yun nga po, binibigay niya po yung waiver niya for those companies that he is chairman and president. And in that case, to follow po yung mga documentation para hindi naman po kayo maipit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Salamat po. Yes, go ahead, Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you. Sa kabuuang holdings ng ABS-CBN, may mga company kayo, ABS-CBN, na may tax incentive, di ba? At meron kayong company na nagbabayad ng 30% income tax rate. Anybody would be able to answer that?
Your Honor, earlier po, pinag-usapan po namin ang Big Dipper, ang isang PESA-registered enterprise na subsidiary ng ABS-CBN that is taxed at 5% of gross income po.
Okay, now, I'm referring to the effective tax rate. Ang hinihingi ko para maging simple ang usapan natin dito sa ating BIR official. Sa kabuuang halaga ng taunang natatanggap ninyo na revenues para sa operation ng ABS-CBN, magkano nito ang humigit kumulang na isinasantabi para sa buwis?
Sorry, Your Honor, I thought you were referring to the BIR. Could you kindly repeat the question?
Yung effective tax rate, no? That's what I'm asking. Sa kabuuang halaga, overall na halaga nito, ng taunang natatanggap ninyo na revenues para sa operation ng ABS-CBN, how much humigit kumulang na isinasantabi para sa tax?
Your Honor, we paid the proper taxes. So wala pong kumulang.
Walang kulang?
Wala po.
Okay. Alright. Sa inyong palagay, ABS-CBN, magkano na po bang naibayad na buwis ang ABS-CBN sa Kaban ng Bayan mula 2016 to 2019?
Your Honor, meron po ako rito na 2015 to 2018. Ang binayad po namin kabuuang taxes ay 24.6 billion.
20.6 billion.
24.6 billion po.
Okay. If we will compare this with the tax that GMA 7 and TV5 paid sa parehong taon, no? Para malinaw ang comparison. Alright? At makita natin ang kabuuang context nito. Kung hindi ninyo masasagot ito ngayon, ay bigyan natin yung committee ng kabuuang kaukulang memorandum hingil dito at ikumpara natin ang mga pangkalahatang buwis ng bawat istasyon kumpara sa ABS-CBN. Can we do that?
Your Honor, at this point po, hindi po kasi namin alam ang kabuuang taxes na binabayad ng GMA at TV5. Ang taxes po na makikita sa financial statements ay limited lamang po sa income tax, lalo na po pag consolidated. So hindi po namin magagawa yung comparison. Hindi po namin alam ang total. Kasi po, meron pong income tax, value-added tax, at saka iba po pong taxes.
Your Honor, if I may add, ABS CBN is quite a different company from GMA. We have significant international operations where we're able to reach millions of Filipinos, and we pay taxes in the respective jurisdictions in which we're present. So in terms of total revenues, we derive about 15% of our total revenues from the international operations. So dun po binabayad yung buwis. We also have a very high reinvestment rate because we try again to cater to the needs of the customer here and abroad. And as you can see from our recent digitization and DTT initiatives where we have sold more than 9.5 million TV Plus boxes. We're trying to invest for the future po. And I think that's one of the unique things with us. Not every business makes money. Sometimes it takes a while to be profitable. Sometimes it loses money. So, but we're not afraid to invest to try to reach a Filipino market and serve the Filipinos.
In the last committee hearing, it was said, and I quote, ABS-CBN used its subsidiary Big Dipper Digital Content and Design Incorporated, a PESA registered company, as tax shield because of this unconscionable tax avoidance scheme. ABS-CBN's effective tax rate in 2018 was at negative 5%. This means that ABS-CBN managed to avoid paying taxes in 2018. Can you please explain this statement that was said last hearing, if this is true or not?
Your Honor, it's not true. Big Dipper is not a tax avoidance scheme. We applied for and qualified for the PESA incentives that were set during 2009. There were specific requirements there in terms of investment and export. And over the years, we've met that requirement. It's in a different line of business, as we've mentioned. It's an IT-enabled firm that does specific services for ABS and for other companies so that we can bring our content to the market here and abroad. So hindi po yan tax avoidance scheme. As has been mentioned during this session, we actually have been paying the proper taxes. Since 2015, we're on a 5% tax rate on gross income.
So Big Dipper is not really exempt from paying taxes?
It enjoyed an income tax holiday for 6 years, and it's now under a 5% regime, Your Honor.
And only Big Dipper has PESA incentives, not ABS-CBN.
That's correct, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I just clarify on the second part of your question on the negative 5%?
Go ahead.
Again, as we have mentioned, the negative 5% that was being referred to does not represent the taxes that we paid for that year. The negative 5% or negative 84 million is actually an accounting recognition of potential future tax benefit, taxes that may be recovered in the coming years. We actually paid for that year 164 million and not negative 84 million.
Well, actually, when I heard this statement, I even asked my own legal team about this. And they told me that it would be impossible for a corporation to have a negative effective tax rate because our National Internal Revenue Code imposes a minimum corporate income tax. Am I right?
That's correct, Your Honor. May I respectfully request that our tax counsel, Attorney Toy Layong, be recognized to further elaborate?
ABS CBN Hungary at saka yung registration po ng Big Dipper sa PESA. Itong 2009 po. Year 2010, Mr. Chair, ang difference between the two reported revenues, 11 billion 640 million 763,000. 2011 po, the difference between the two sets of revenues, 11 billion 137 million 79,000. Dito po makikita ang mga discrepancies, yung comparison po ng previous financial statements ninyo. Madali naman pong makita yun dahil sa kayo naman pong gumawa nito. 2012, the difference between the two revenues, Mr. Chair, 13 billion 213 million 104,000. Meron na naman pong discrepancy ron. 2013, 15 billion 85 million 710,000. 2014, Mr. Chair, 14 billion 954 million 816,000. Napakaraming pera po nito, Mr. Chair. 2015, 16 billion 466,743,000. 2016, 17 billion 155 million 859,000. 2017, 17 billion 932 million 329,000. 2018, ito po yung last 2 years ago. The difference between the two sets of revenues, another 17 billion 373,924,000. Ito pong nakita kong differences, Mr. Chair. Itong 15 years lamang na ito na binabanggit kanina ni Kong Sarate, sayang wala na po siya rito. Na ang sinasabi po kasi nila, nagbayad daw sila ng taxes. Total of 71.5 billion pesos for 17 years. Pero ito po, 15 years lang ang kinukwenta ko, at sa difference lang, Mr. Chair, 186 billion po ang difference. So kahit na po siguro nagbayad sila ng 100 billion, Mr. Chair, matitira pang 86 billion. Ito po yung, Mr. ABS CBN, sarili po ninyong financial statements ito hindi ko po ginawa ito Bakit po, kung halimbawa po, sabihin na lang natin 30% CIT. Ito, preliminary lang naman po ito. May plus or minus, whatever. Kung halimbawa, ang pagbabasihan natin, yung consolidated revenues po ninyo, sapagkat doon naman yung nandun lahat ang subsidiaries nyo, di dapat noong 2016, Mr. Chair, ang bayad ninyo ng tax, 12.49 billion pesos sana. Noong 2018 naman, ang binayaran nyo sana, 12.21 billion. At noong 2017, 2018 pala, teka, nagkabaligtad to. 2017, 12.4 billion at noong 2018, 12.21 billion. Sa makatwid, Mr. Chair, Kasi po, kahapon, merong illustration si Congressman Barsaga. Between 2016 and 2019, sabi po nila, ang naibayad yata nila. Ngayon, binago nila, ngayon ko lang nakita, 2016 to 2018, 24.6 billion po ang binayad ninyong taxes. Tama po yun? Pero kung kukwentahin ko po rito ngayon, dapat ang binayaran nyo 36.7 billion.
Maaari po bang sumagot?
Bibigyan ko po kayo ng pagkakataong sumagot. Ipaliwanag ko lamang po na sa akin po kasing palagay, Mr. Chair, itong differences na sinasabi ko, which amounted to an aggregate amount to 186 billion, ang posibilidad po kasi ay pagpasok po ng Big Dipper at saka yung mga tax shields through corporate layering ay nagamit. Then these additional revenues would have been reported by the parent company being subjected to the regular corporate income tax sana of 30%. Yung discrepancy pong nakikita ko kanina doon sa year-to-year basis ng financial statements, Mr. Chair, these are figures reported in the current year which are not the same figures reported in the previous years. Base po sa inyong financial statement kasi ito eh. So, hindi po ako may problema. Tiningnan ko lang po yung financial statements. You wanted to react?
Kung maipapaliwanag ko lamang po the difference po between a parent company financial statements and a consolidated financial statements. Ang bawat subsidiary po ng ABS CBN may sarili-sarili po siyang financial statements na fina-file po sa BIR at nagbabayad po ng sarili-sarili nilang taxes. Ang consolidated financial statements po is a representation of the aggregated business of ABS CBN and its subsidiaries. Under the Philippine Financial Reporting Standards, there is a difference between accounting for a parent company financial statements and a consolidated financial statements, which I will not go through anymore. But in essence po, each of the company in the consolidated financial statements prepared their own standalone financial statements, prepared their standalone income tax return, and paid po their respective taxes based on the financial statements and income tax return that was prepared. And then for financial reporting po, under the PFRS or Philippine Financial Reporting Statements, these are consolidated for representation of the operations of the group. So yung taxes po in the consolidated financial statements cannot be based on the consolidated net income because this is a combination of independent operations of each company that prepares their independent financial statements and prepare their separate income tax return. So ang sinasabi ko po, ang ABS-CBN Corporation po halimbawa ay may subsidiary na Sky Cable. Ang Sky Cable po ay gumawa ng sarili niyang financial statements, gumawa po ng sarili niyang income tax return, at nagbayad po ng taxes para sa kinita niya. At ganon din po yung iba-ibang kumpanya ng ABS-CBN. Mari po kayong magtanong kung bakit po maraming kumpanya na involved sa ABS-CBN. It's because po, iba-iba po ang operations ng bawat kumpanya. Ang ABS-CBN po is broadcasting at content production. Ang Sky Cable naman po is in pay TV business. Meron po kayong makikita dyan na ABS-CBN Films Productions, Inc., who's into the business of producing film, which prepares also po their separate financial statements and pays po its income tax. So technically po, bawat kumpanya na isinasama sa consolidated financial statements had paid its corresponding taxes po. So yung consolidation po is simply a aggregation and a representation of the combined business if this is taken as one po. And that is a requirement po under PFRS which is required po by the Securities and Exchange Commission. Medyo po mas salimuot lang po yung consolidation process.
That is your answer.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. But you will be trapped in your own contradiction because kung totoo po yung pangangatwiran ninyo, bakit naman noong 1999, consolidated po ito, mga subsidiaries po rin ito. Pareho naman ang inyong consolidated revenues at yung consolidated revenue ng ABS CBN Corporation. In 1998, ganun din. Nireport din yung subsidiaries din. Hindi pinag-iwahiwalay kamukha ng pagkakapaliwanag nyo. Naintindihan ko po yung paliwanag na yun. Ang problema, paano nyo ipaliliwanag ngayon, magmula po noong 1993 hanggang 1999, maliwanag na 7 taon ang pinag-uusapan natin, parehong-pareho po yung consolidated at saka yung parent company. Pagkatapos bigla kayong magsasabi ngayon, sa kalagitnaan ng ating pag-uusap, na ito iba naman po ang ginagawa nito, iba ang ginagawa ni ganon. Wala pong consistency ang inyong pagpapaliwanag.
I would surmise po that is actually a
You would
result.
what?
I would, ang masasabi ko po ay ito po ay gawa ng evolution po ng accounting standards dito sa Pilipinas. Sa patuloy po na to improve the financial reporting in the Philippines, there are a lot of accounting standards that are implemented.
So
That
may
on a year-on-year
may
po,
kasalanan po ba nito
nag-iiba po siya
the
ng
evolution of the accounting standards?
nag-iiba-iba po ang requirements sa pag-prepare ng consolidated financial statements at ng parent company financial statements.
Pero kung
At
mag-evolve po siguro,
isa pa po, nung panahon po ng 1993 to 1999, mas maliit po ang operations ng ABS-CBN sa iba-ibang mga businesses. Kaya po, kung papansinin niyo po, halos ang nag-ooperate ng malaki ay yung parent company which is presented as parent. Kaya po, siguro nung na-consolidate, parang wala pong difference.
yun po yung assumption, hindi ba?
I would assume po kasi...
Yun nga po, assumption lamang po ninyo yun.
I would read it that way po.
Yun nga po, assumption po ninyo yun. Tama?
Sige po.
Okay. Pero iba naman po kasi yung assumption ko
Naintindihan ko po.
Okay, salamat po. Sapagkat sa aking assumption po kasi, hindi naman magiging dahilan yung evolution ng accounting standards. Kaya naman po ginagawa yung evolution na yan para mapadali ang gawain, para hindi maitago kung ano yung dapat na itago. Kasi po, nakaka-intriga, 186 billion pesos na dati naman hindi naman po nagkakaiba itong parent company, biglang nagkaroon po ng mga discrepancy in your financial statements. Earlier, wala po akong nakita. Pagkatapos nung dumating po yung panahon ng Big Dipper, dito po talaga. And then I assume that Big Dipper was utilized really, heavily utilized, para ma-understate po ang inyong pagbabayad ng taxes. As a matter of fact, kung nakikinig po yung taga-BIR, meron po kong hawak na Excel file, Mr. BIR, that show that Big Dipper was basically used as a subterfuge to cover up earnings and be taxed at a lower rate. Given the inferences, well, this is my assumption, right? Kasi po, napakalaki po nung group revenue kung ikukumpara doon sa parent. Kung ang pinag-uusapan lang po siguro is 10% of this 186 billion, I would have easily sided with you. Pero kung napakalaking ganito po, and then makikita natin itong mga discrepancies, and then you departed from what you used to do earlier, isa lang po ang may isip namin dito na talagang merong nangyaring takipan dito. I will provide the BIR of the Excel file. Meron naman po ako nito para lalo po nating makita kung sino pong assumptions ang kung yung assumption po ng ABS-CBN o ang assumption ng representasyong ito ang mananaig sa bandang uli.
Pwede po bang magsalita?
What is it?
Gusto ko lang pong sabihin na wala po kaming tinatago at hindi po namin ginamit ang Big Dipper para po mag-avoid ng taxes. As a matter of fact po, it is disclosed in the financial statements and it's available in our website and it's filed po with the SEC and the PSE, and we have full disclosure po of the transactions and how it is organized and how it was operated po. Yun lang po.
It is not what you believe. It is what you can prove in this hearing. Mr. Chair, pwede ko bang balikan yung... Kasi po kahapon pinag-uusapan natin yung AMCARA insofar as this subject is concerned, sapagkat ang AMCARA is one of the group subsidiaries na napasali doon sa consolidation ng parent company which is ABS CBN. Hindi po ba yung AMCARA before ABS CBN divested its shares in, I think, was it last year po, Mr. ABS CBN?
In 2019 po. Last year po.
Yeah, I think it's January of 2019. Before that, you own 49% of AMCARA. And then it was reported as in the financial statement of ABS-CBN, considering that it's more than 20%. They report naman because it's more than 20%, di ba?
Under accounting rules po, ang investment po owned 20% and above is required to be consolidated po.
That's right, that's right. Ang sabi nga ninyo, bumili ng block time ang ABS sa AMCARA frequency para ipalabas yung mga programa nito. Pero ang problema po, Mr. Chair, yung ABS-CBN tsaka yung AMCARA, pareho may frequency. Tama po ba yun?
We have separate frequencies po.
Oo nga po. Ang ABS-CBN tsaka yung AMCARA, pareho silang may franchise.
Opo.
Okay. Ang ABS-CBN, tinawag niyang Studio 23 yung channel ng AMCARA at ginagamit niya yung logo ng ABS-CBN. Pati yung pasilidad, pati yung equipment, at saka yung mga engineers, di ba?
For that po, sa mas nakakaalam po.
Sino po yung nakakaalam kaya?
Yung pong
Noong panahon po na 49% ang interest pa ng ABS-CBN, ginagamit niya yung AMCARA Studio 23 at kaya nga ginagamit yung logo.
Your Honor, may I ask that our legal counsel, Attorney Ayo Bautista, be recognized on Zoom?
Yes, sir.
Attorney Bautista, you're now recognized.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but I'm not familiar with the details of the AMCARA operations. Maybe a member of the legal department of ABS can better answer the question.
Did I get it right that Studio 23 is utilized by ABS-CBN? This is a channel of AMCARA, and because your logo is also being used, and the facilities, including the equipment and the engineers, so this means that ABS-CBN is operating Studio 23, is that correct?
Your Honor, if I may be recognized, Your Honor, our resource person for the matter on AMCARA is not present. I'm Marvin Ibarra, Your Honor, legal counsel for ABS-CBN.
Kung maaari po ay habang yung floor po ay na kay Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, hintayin mo pong tawagin po niya yung pangalan.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Sige po.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, our resource person, Attorney Maximo, is not present in today's hearing. So, we won't be able to answer any of the questions relating to Amcara.
Pero siguro naman alam niyo na kapag ginagamit ng ABS-CBN yung Studio 23, yung logo po ang ginagamit, hindi yung logo ng Amcara. Yun lang po, baka yun pwede niyo sagutin.
Again, Mr. Chair, our resource person for this topic is not present, so we can't provide any answer to that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, kasi kaya ko po nire-raise to Mr. Chair. Gusto ko pong ikumpara yung Tape Incorporated. Ito po yung producer ng Itbulaga doon sa Channel 7. Yung pong Tape Inc., hindi po pag-aari ng GMA. Ibang may-ari ng tape. Iba yung sitwasyon ng ABS-CBN. Pag nag-block time po yung tape sa GMA frequency, ang ginagamit po niya ay yung prangkisa ng GMA. Ang GMA po ang may prangkisa, pero ang tape wala. Samantalang sa kaso po ng ABS-CBN, pareho silang may prangkisa. Ang gamit po ng Tape Inc. ay yung GMA logo. Sa kabilang banda, ang may-ari po ng channel is Studio 23 is Amcara, pero ang ginagamit na logo, ABS-CBN. Saan po ako papunta, Mr. Chair? Ayaw po kasi nilang aminin na yun po ay usufruct. Tingnan po ninyo, ang block time ng ABS-CBN, hindi lamang dahil sila ay binabayaran. Hindi po lumalabas yung sa Studio 23 yung logo ng Amcara. Ang nakikinabang po dito, ABS-CBN, ginagamit po ang frequency ng Amcara, tinatamasa ang produkto nito sa paggamit ng kanilang channel. Iisa po yung kanilang mga engineers. Engineers din ng ABS-CBN. Ito po yung maliwanag na usufruct. Kasi po ito pinoint out na ni Kong Boying nung isang araw, ayaw pa po nilang aminin. Pero sa prangkisa po ng Amcara, Mr. Chair, maliwanag po, hindi po pwede na ipagamit sapagkat ito po ay usufruct. Nakalagay po sa prangkisa nila yun, Mr. Chair. Yun pong hinahanap natin kanina, sir, yung year 2005, bakit wala po akong makitang revenue? Nakita nyo na po ba? $17,047,000,000 po kasi ang reported sa consolidated, pero sa parent company, wala po akong makita. Nakita niyo
Sir,
daw kasi sabi po niyo titingnan niyo kanina.
Ang revenue po niya ay 7.7 billion po under the parent company financial statements.
Anong financial statements? Nasaan po yung financial
Yan
statements?
po yung parent company financial statements po.
Hindi, yung consolidated po ninyo is 17,047,000,000.
Opo.
Dito po sa parent company, wala po akong makita. Saan po ninyo nakita yon?
Sa separate parent company financial statements po noong 2005.
Nasaan po yon?
Your Honor, we submitted it po, but I can double check po kasi may separate parent company financial statements po
Bakit
siya.
po nagkaroon ng separate samantalang dito sa binigay nyo sa akin, comparable naman po yung i-add lang po natin yung consolidated tsaka po yung ABS-CBN. Pero yung 2005, wala po talaga.
Yan na po yung if I may po, yan na po yung ni-require na po under the accounting standards that the presentation is not side by side, but the parent company financial statements has to be separate from the consolidated financial statements. Kaya po yung 2005, dalawa po ang financial statements ng ABS-CBN. Isang parent company po at saka consolidated.
Ganon din po itong mga pinresent ko sa inyong revenues. Doon ko rin po kinuha eh. Kaya nagtataka po ako, ba't meron kayo, bakit ako po hindi ko makita? Kasi po, pinag-uusapan natin dito, 17 billion eh.
Pero po, imposible po kasing walang
Yun nga po
revenue po yung parent company. Kasi
Ayun nga
po,
po.
sa records ko po, although it's in my Excel file po, it's 7.7 billion po.
Sa mga tweet po, magmula nung 2004, 10 billion na kayo, bumagsak sa 7 billion na lang. Ano po ang explanation na walang kayo ng 3 billion?
Sorry po, ano po yan?
Yung po kasing 2004, 10 billion 232 million. Ang sinasabi nyo, 2005, bumagsak siya ng 7 billion. Ang sumunod po kasi noon, halos 11 billion na eh.
Can I just check lang po para po masigurado ko yung sagot? Because this information are about way back, so I have to review lang po my numbers. If you may po.
Sige po, kasi talagang kaduda-duda po kasi itong mga figura na nakukuha namin, lalong-lalo na po itong pagkakaiba at saka itong differences. Malalaking halaga po kasi ito eh. Kaya nga sinasabi ko sa inyo kanina, the possibility that Big Dipper was utilized in this scheme. It is your right to disprove this, sir, if you can.
Sir, sa files ko po kasi there was a restatement that happened in 2006. That's why in the 2006-2005 consolidated financial statements po, it went up na po to consolidated revenue of 11 under the parent company. But let me just check po because there is normally a disclosure. Why is there a restatement? If kung makikita niyo po may nakalagay na note 2 under the year 2005, that would explain po the restatement that happened on that year. And normally po, the restatement is due to an adoption of an accounting standard po. Let me review lang po kasi medyo matagal na po. I need to understand lang po.
I will allow you to review that. Pero ito yung isa pang tanong, bakit yung ultimate parent, yung Lopez Inc., ay hindi naka-reflect sa mga audited financial statements?
Because Lopez Inc. is not a subsidiary of ABS CBN Corporation. So, nasa taas po siya. So,
I'm not saying it is a subsidiary. Ang ano po ang Lopez Inc. is the ultimate parent. Siya po ang may-ari ng lahat ng ito eh. Saan papasok siya sa picture nito? Tingnan po ninyo. Nakalimutan ko lang yung mapa ko, dapat pinakita ko sa inyo eh. Sa ibabaw ng lahat ng ito is Lopez Incorporated. Lopez Incorporated owns ABS CBN to the extent of something like it's more than 50%. 61% maybe. Ang ikalawang may-ari nito, ito yung PCD Nominee Corporation. Tama po?
Sir, I will not be able to answer po for Lopez Inc.
Sinasabi ko lang sa'yo because kung sino pa yung pinaka-importante, yung hindi natin makita sa total picture. Samantalang isa po yung nandito sa pinakamataas, siya yung ultimate parent eh. Itong mga anak na lang eh. Itong subsidiary, puro apo na lang ito eh. So, hindi po nyo masisisi ang representasyong ito na i-point out ko lahat ito, lalong-lalo na po kanina, yung Big Dipper. Paano nangyari na ito'y marelocate sa PESA, samantalang hindi naman siya qualified na isang locator? Kung babasahin po natin yung panuntunan ng PESA, ang kauna-unaan po kasing hinihingi doon, it is capable of contributing to the economic activity of this country, not only in being able to export products that would generate so much invisibles that will be needed by our economy, as well as in generating thousands, if not millions of employment. kaya mo siya bibigyan ng tax shield, kaya mo siya bibigyan ng tax incentive. Pero ito pinakikita nga namin dito, it is not a producer of a product. At hindi siya exporter within the meaning of international commerce. Sapagkat iisa lang ang kanyang kliyente. Ito yung ABS CBN 100% owned na nakalista sa Hungary. Bakit po ninyo pinaregister sa Hungary? Ang tax po doon yata mga 5% lang eh. Pagkatapos noon, gumawa pa kayo ng parang branch office sa Luxembourg. Ilan po yung kumpanya sa Luxembourg? Ilan po yung manpower? Ilan po yung empleyado doon sa inyong branch ng ABS-CBN Global in Luxembourg?
Your Honor, may I respond?
Yes, how many?
Marami pong questions on it. I'd like to respond one by one to many of these.
Doon lamang po sa ilan po yung empleyado sa ABS-CBN Luxembourg na branch ninyo.
Your Honor, there are no
empleyado?
employees because the services required to be completed by Hungary are outsourced, and
No, my
that is
question
allowed
is
by
very
the...
simple. How many employee or employees do you have in ABS-CBN Global branch in Luxembourg?
None, Your Honor, because as I said...
Ano po?
Wala po.
Oh, ito
Wala
po eh.
because...
Pagkatapos sasabihin po natin, employment generation. Sabi po ng PESA kanina is ability to generate thousands of jobs. Ang siniserbisyuhan lamang po niya, sinasabi ko na kanina, ABS-CBN Film Productions Inc., Sarimanok, Creative Programs. Isa lamang po ang kanyang kliyente, ito nga yung ABS-CBN Global Hungary. So kumita po siya 2018 sa Pilipinong peso, 2,679,475,631 pesos.
Your Honor,
ang ginagawa lang po, Mr. Chair, magbebenta siya sa sarili niya. Kasi siya rin ang may-ari eh. Eh kung hindi po ninyo nakikita ang pinag-uusapan natin dito at pipilitin nyo kami na papaniwalain, sana i-disprove nyo yung sinasabi namin.
Your Honor, may I respond to that, please?
Yes, sir.
We are not selling to ourselves, and it's misleading to say that because yung ultimate customers po are the Filipino and non-Filipino audience around the world. Yung Hungary po licenses the content to other companies around the world, which then redistributes it by forging agreements in the respective jurisdictions. That's how Hungary is able to generate foreign exchange, which it then pays to Big Dipper. On the employment question about Big Dipper not generating thousands and thousands of jobs, in the IT sector, typically it's not labor intensive. I think the government's plan here was to build the IT sector because I think the economy is composed mainly of, or a lot of agriculture workers, and we're trying to move, as I understand, to a more manufacturing IT-based economy. So I think this is what we're trying to do here. And in terms of what Big Dipper has accomplished over the last 10 years, I think we have been able to fulfill what the government set out to do, which is to generate employment, to build the IT sector, to generate foreign exchange, which we mentioned was $237 million. And also there will be a multiplier effect to all this economic activity. So I don't think it's correct to say na wala pong pinapaikot lang or we're just selling to ourselves. I think Big Dipper has been able to fulfill the initial objective set by the government in the investment priorities plan in 2009.
Don't you think what you said is supposed to be the one to be testified to by PESA and other competent agencies? Kayo po yung nagsasabi para sa sarili niyo eh. You don't have to support yourself. You don't have to patronize yourself. PESA should be the one to ratify and even support your statements. Kung talagang ganun nga kayo. But what we see here is a different story.
Your Honor, may I ask that Attorney Othello be recognized to respond?
Mr. Chair.
Sige po, Attorney Otelo.
Your Honor, maybe we may give our comments on the various points that you have raised. First, on whether or not service would qualify as an export product, Your Honor. Because I think there is a impression that only a physical good can be exported. But under our laws, even services may be exported, Your Honor. And that is provided under our PESA law and in fact, even under the tax code, Your Honor. And also, so that's why under the resolution number 00411 that was passed by PESA law, it allowed the registration of information technology enterprises, Your Honor. So it could provide IT services abroad, Your Honor. So these are not physical products. Thus, these are in the form of services. Same with BPOs, Your Honor. So they provide services. These are considered exports and are entitled to incentives under the PESA law, Your Honor, provided they satisfy the conditions set under our PESA regulations, Your Honor. So in this case, Your Honor, PESA applied for registration of its activities under that regulation, and under the evaluation made by PESA, it qualified, and so it was able to avail of the preferential tax treatment, specifically a income tax holiday for the first 6 years, and after the expiration of the tax holiday, it was allowed to enjoy the 5% gross income tax, just like other qualified locators, Your Honor. Now, as to the point that Big Dipper has only one client abroad, Your Honor, which is also a wholly owned subsidiary, Your Honor, which is ABS CBN Global Hungary. Although this is also a wholly owned subsidiary of ABS CBN Corp, since this corporation was organized in a foreign country, under Philippine laws, that is considered a non-resident foreign corporation, Your Honor, because we follow the place of incorporation rule. So the nationality of that corporation is a non-resident, Your Honor. So that if Big Dipper, which is a domestic corporation, sells to this non-resident foreign corporation, which is located abroad, then that sale of service by a resident to a foreign corporation located abroad is considered export, Your Honor.
Are you through? Tapos na kayo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Di ba nakakapagtaka kung bakit sa Hungary po kayo nagpa-register ng ABS-CBN Global KFT? Magkano po ba yung tax rate sa Hungary?
Your Honor, when we make a decision on where to locate any of our companies, we take into consideration many factors. No? In this case, since Hungary manages the IP,
Di po tinatanong ko lang yung tax rate kasi.
Your Honor, you mentioned, you mentioned.
Ano po yung tax rate sa Hungary?
It is 9% currently, Your Honor.
Maliit po, di ba? What about ABS-CBN Global Limited, which was registered in Cayman Island? Magkano po ang tax rate? Wala po, di ba? Tax holidays. Ito po yung problema, Mr. Chair. Alam niyo kung ipagpipilitan po yung sinasabi ninyo na kayo po talagang nagbayad ng correct taxes, madali po nating makita yun eh. Pero kung sasabihin nyo sa amin, i-justify ninyo na kayo po ay PESA, kayo po ba'y consider na PESA locator?
Big Dipper is considered as a
Locator?
allocator. ABS-CBN, no.
O, yun po eh. Do you know what a locator is?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is a locator within the meaning of the PESA?
Allocator is a company that has, for example, land or a building in which a PESA registered company may locate.
This is the beauty of this, sir, Mr. ABS CBN. Kaya po joint hearing ito para makita rin po namin yung pagkukulang ng ating mga government agencies. In this particular case, yung PESA. Gusto naming malaman kung bakit pinalusot niya ito. Bakit kayo na-register? Within the meaning of the objectives of PESA, na kung saan dapat makinabang ang gobyerno sa maraming dapat na makakuha ng trabaho, makinabang sa pagpapalago ng ating ekonomiya. Wala po kaming nakita eh. Kaya gusto namin malaman, bakit kaya ni-register ng PESA? Hindi ba dahil lamang dun sa 5% na GIT yung pinag-uusapan namin? Kasi ang laki po ng mababawasan sa inyo eh. Kung hindi kayo registered, sinasabi ko nga kanina, maliwanag na ibe-base po ang pagbabayad nyo ng tax doon sa net income. And easily, ang gagawin po doon, i-slap nila yung 30% CIT. Hindi po nangyari yun eh. Parang ang nangyari, yung gross revenue no, nakalusot na eh. Hindi po ba nyo nakikita yung nakikita namin? Napakasimple po nung analysis dito eh. So, to us, Mr. Chair, Big Dipper was organized to simply act as a subterfuge para magiging understated po yung income as reflected in the difference between the two sets of revenues I presented earlier. Sa gross revenue po ng consolidated and the gross revenue of the parent company ABS CBN, there is a difference of 186 billion pesos. This is the most intriguing question, Mr. Chair, that needs to be resolved. Mr. Chair, salamat po sa inyo.
Maraming salamat po, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta. Ang susunod po na magtatanong ay si Representative Garbin at binigyan po siya ng oras ni Congressman Ino D, Congressman Mike D, at Congressman Mike Go. Mayroon po siyang kabuang 20 minuto para magtanong. Congressman Garbin, you now have the floor. Pwede ka na po magtanong.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair, and magandang gabi po sa inyo lahat. Ako hindi na magpapaligoy-ligoy at hindi ako magtatanong tungkol sa mga ano-anong doktrina dahil ang ating usapin naman ngayon ay kung meron talagang tax violation yung ABS-CBN. But I truly believe that, yung sinasabi kanina na yung taxation is really the lifeblood of the nation. And in fact, it is essential because any government can neither exist nor endure without taxation. And, the existence of the necessity of the government is really essential. And it cannot continue without the means to pay its expenses. And yun nga, taxation nga ang dapat tingnan natin dyan. Pero, yung issue ko ay na pinupukol at binabato sa ABS-CBN sa applicant ay tax violation. Kaya dediretso na ako sa BIR. At tatanungin na natin sila kung meron ho ba talagang tax violations ang ABS-CBN, whether it be tax evasions, o tatanungin rin ho natin yung perceived tax avoidance resulting into tax evasion. So, nandiyan pa po ba si Assistant Commissioner or si Deputy Commissioner Mapoy?
Deputy Commissioner of BIR. Paki-unmute po si Deputy Commissioner. Mukhang naputol po, Congressman Garbin, si Deputy Commissioner sa Zoom at ngayon po ay tinatawagan sila upang muli ay makakonect. Maaari po ba kayo magtanong muna ng ibang katanungan?
PESA. Nandyan na ho para.
Excuse me po, Congressman Garbin, nakabalik na po si Deputy Commissioner. Deputy Commissioner, maghanda na po kayong sagutin ang mga katanungan ni Congressman Garbin.
Salamat po, Chairman Alvarado. Kanina ho, binigyan natin ng pagkakataon na makapagpresenta yung BIR kung ano ba talaga yung mga tax remittances ng ABS CBN. And they had presented the tax remittances for 2016 to 2019. And all in all, they have this aggregate amount that they have presented, the amount of 15,383,423,364 and 16 centavos. Tama ho ba, Commissioner Mapoy?
Good evening, Your Honors. Medyo may correction lang po, hindi po ako Deputy Commissioner. Baka po tayo makagalitan ng mga nag-occupy ng Deputy Commissioner.
Baka ho pagkatapos ma-promote ka na.
Wag naman po, Your Honors, Your Honors. Kamukha po ng pagkaka-report namin kanina, ang total payment po ng ABS CBN Corporation for the period 2016-2019 ay inaabot na po ng 15,382,423,364 and 16 centavos, Your Honor.
And yung breakdown ho nito ay galing ho sa iba't ibang klase ng buwis, whether direct or indirect taxes. Tama ho ba?
You're correct, Your Honor.
Sinasabi ho natin dahil meron hong income tax, meron hong value-added tax, meron hong withholding tax, meron hong final withholding tax, merong enhanced withholding tax, meron pang capital gains, meron pang documentary stamps, and of course other fees like or other taxes and licenses. Tama ho ba?
You're correct, Your Honor.
At sinasabi rin po natin to dahil yung iba may nagsasabi na hindi naman yan direkta binayaran ng ABS-CBN dahil yan nga ay indirect tax. Pero ang atin hong sinasabi dito at inyong pinapakita is that those taxes, yung mga buwis na yun ho, ay directly derived from the existence and operations of ABS-CBN. Tama ho ba?
Tama po, Your Honor. Tama po.
Tanong ko lang ho, ang ABS-CBN ho ba ay isang domestic corporation?
Opo, Your Honor. ABS-CBN is a domestic corporation, Your Honor.
And therefore, as a domestic corporation, they are taxable on its income derived from within and without the Philippines or kahit sa ibang bansa. Tama po ba?
You're correct, Your Honor.
And doon nga ako sa mga pinupukol na itong mga buwis na to na inyong nakolekta. Sa ngayon po ba meron po kayong mga pagdududa? Dahil sa mga nakarang araw, lalong-lalo na doon yung nakalipas na Senate hearing, ang sinasabi ho ng inyong head ng Large Players Tax Division ay ang ABS-CBN regularly filed and paying their taxes for the past numbers of years. Ano ho ang katotohanan dito?
Tama po yung sinabi ni Mr. Cabantac that ABS-CBN Corporation ay regularly paying taxes for the past years.
And tama ho bang sabihin na kayo rin ay regularly checking on ABS-CBN every year or quarterly?
Every year, Your Honor.
Ano ho yung inyong sine-check? Yung inyong kanilang financial report?
Your Honor, almost every year or every year to be exact, we are issuing letters of authority not only to ABS CBN Corporation but to almost all taxpayers for that matter.
And in the case of ABS CBN, sa yearly ho, sa taon-taon yung pag-check sa kanilang financial report, ano ho yung inyong findings?
For the year 2018 and prior years, a letter of authorities were issued to ABS CBN Corporation, and those were all terminated by my predecessor. For the year 2019, we currently issued letters of authority to cover the investigation of all undertakings, income and expenses of ABS CBN for 2019, Your Honor.
And as you have stated a while ago, ang sabi niyo ho ba, there's no outstanding delinquent account yung ABS CBN. Tama po ba?
You're correct, Your Honor. I was referring to delinquent accounts, Your Honor.
And outstanding account, or present account po ba? Meron ho ba kayong nakikitang mali o paglabag ng batas? Kasi palagi ho pinupukol yung mga issue on tax avoidance that can even yung assumption ho ng iba ay tax evasion na. Ano yung inyong opinion?
Your Honor, yes, Your Honor.
You may continue, Commissioner.
Your Honor, for the past years, mayroon po kaming nakukolekta na deficiency taxes sa ABS CBN Corporation. We issued letters of authority for 2016 and we were able to collect deficiency taxes. We issued letter of authority for 2017 and we were able to collect deficiency taxes. In the same manner that we were able to collect deficiency taxes for 2018, Your Honor. For 2019, the investigation is currently ongoing.
Gusto nyo sabihin ho, compliant naman ho sila sa inyong mga alituntunin.
May nakukolekta pa po kaming additional taxes. Pagkatapos po nilang mag-file ng kanilang regular income tax, nag-i-issue po kami ng letter of authority para po maimbestigahan namin ang kanilang financial transactions during that particular year. At yung pong nasabi ko ng mga deficiency taxes, yun po yung nakukolekta naming additional taxes dahil sa investigasyon na ginawa ng Bureau.
Gusto sabihin ho, nagko-comply naman ho sila doon sa mga deficiency ng mga taxes.
Nagbabayad po sila, Your Honor, doon sa na-assess namin, Your Honor.
And bilang pagiging withholding agent doon sa mga indirect taxes, are they religiously o ginaganampanan ho din po nila yung kanilang kukulin para marimit po yung mga bilyon-bilyong withholding taxes papunta ho sa inyong ahensya?
Your Honor, doon po sa 2018 and prior years na investigahan po yan at na-check naman po ng mga kasamahan natin dito na yung mga dapat nilang i-withhold ay nai-remit po nila sa gobyerno, Your Honor.
So na-remit naman po nila lahat?
Your Honor?
Na-remit naman po nila lahat?
Doon po sa nakita ng ating mga kasamahan dito ay nai-remit naman nilang lahat.
Doon sa palaging minimension na Big Dipper na subsidiary ng ABS CBN, may nakita ba ho kayong probable cause that this will be a case for tax evasion?
Pwede pong pakiulit, Your Honor. Medyo naging choppy po yung dating dito.
Well,
with due respect, Your Honor.
Yeah, Commissioner, kasi kanina and yung mga nakalipas pang nagsalita, palagi kong binabato na yung Big Dipper is a subsidiary that is being used for not paying the proper taxes to defeat or lessen the payment of taxes. Gusto sabihin, may nakita ho ba kayong probable cause doon sa Big Dipper that this is a probable case for tax evasion?
Big Dipper po, Your Honor, is covered by Region 7A. With your permission, may I refer you to the Regional Director of Region 7A, Quezon City, Regional Director Alvin Galanza, Your Honor.
Salamat po. Magandang umaga, magandang gabi, Regional Director. Ang tanong ko ho ulit, dahil ho palaging may aligasyon patungkol sa Big Dipper that are being used to defeat or lessen the payment of taxes of ABS-CBN. Ang tanong ko ho, kung meron na ho kayong naging investigasyon, do we have any probable cause that the same can be a case for tax evasion against ABS-CBN, ito hong Big Dipper?
Magandang gabi po, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Bago ko sagutin po yung katanungan, Your Honor, I would like to request for a waiver or authorization from the officers, chairman or president or treasurer for that matter, from Big Dipper.
Dahil ho sa...
Because under Section 270 of the tax code, we are not allowed to divulge any tax matters about a taxpayer, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Alvarado, Congressman Alvarado,
Yes, Congressman Garbin.
they're asking for the waiver of the officers of the Big Dipper in order that the officers of the BIR can testify on the tax matters pertaining to the same. Naghihingi po sila ng waiver.
Waiver, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we're okay.
ABS-CBN, pwede niyo po bang sagutin ito?
Your Honor, we're okay to allow.
Pumapayag po ang ABS-CBN.
For Big Dipper, Your Honor, in what capacity, Your Honor?
ABS-CBN, yung pong Big Dipper ay sa inyo rin po.
Yes, Your Honor.
100% own po ng ABS-CBN ng Big Dipper, kaya pumapayag na po ang ABS-CBN.
But, Your Honor, may we know what is the position of the officer of the Big Dipper who gave that authority or waiver?
ABS-CBN,
Your Honor, sorry. Can we repeat the question?
pakisabi po ang inyong posisyon sa Big Dipper.
Your Honor, I'm the chairman of Big Dipper.
Pangalan po?
Martin Lopez.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Regional Director, you may answer na po.
Your Honor, can you repeat the question, Your Honor?
Now, with all the allegations that Big Dipper are being used to lessen or defeat the tax system and the payment of taxes due against the ABS-CBN, do you have any probable cause for tax evasions against the Big Dipper?
As far as tax payments of Big Dipper is concerned, Your Honor, I think they are paying their correct, rather the voluntary payments of their tax returns disclosed that from 2016 to 2019, Your Honor, they have paid the total amount of 1.51 billion pesos.
Magkano ho?
1.15 billion pesos, Your Honor.
So, ang sinasabi niyo ho, they are correctly paying the taxes.
Their voluntary tax payments as the record, Your Honor. Yun po yung binayaran nila.
Babalik ko sa akin tanong. Kayo po ba ay may investigasyon or may findings na nagsasabi na itong Big Dipper na ito, subsidiary ng ABS-CBN, ay ginagamit lamang ng ABS-CBN in order to defeat or lessen the payment of taxes?
The region had issued letters of authority, Your Honor, for 2017 and 2018, and we were able to collect 1.5 billion, Your Honor, for 2017, and for 2018, we collected 999,968 pesos, Your Honor. While for 2019, we have an outstanding letter of authority for investigation, meaning our investigation of their taxable year 2019 is ongoing, Your Honor.
And again, Regional Director, there's so many allegations. Mga aligasyon ho na nagsasabi na yung Big Dipper daw ay ginagamit ng ABS-CBN in order to defect or lessen the payment of taxes. Yung hindi tamang pagbayad ng buwis. Ang tanong ko po, meron ho ba kayo, base sa inyong investigasyon, or any findings for that matter, na magsasabi na yung Big Dipper po are being used as an element for tax evasion that favors ABS-CBN?
Your Honor, again, as far as the tax payments of taxes by Big Dipper, I think they are paying more or less correctly their taxes, Your Honor.
So ang sagot ho ay wala ho kayong findings of any form of tax evasion. Tama ho ba?
Correct, Your Honor, as far as Big Dipper is concerned.
Now, did you take notice of the discovery of the discrepancy being raised by Deputy Speaker Marcoleta? Kanina ho, nakikinig ho ba kayo kanina?
Yes, Your Honor.
And all those assumptions na kanyang sinasabi, sinabi niya nga na it is not what you believe, but it is what you can prove in the hearing. So based on those discovery and assumptions of discrepancy introduced by Congressman Marcoleta, pwede niyo ho ba matingnan ito para ma-resolve itong issue ito?
Siguro, Your Honor, titingnan po namin dahil sabi ko nga, we have an outstanding investigation for 2019, Your Honor.
Salamat po, Director. Ayun lamang ho ang inyong katanungan ko sa inyo.
Thank you po, Your Honor.
Pupunta na ho ako sa Securities and Exchange Commission. May we know who's the representative of the Securities and Exchange Commission?
Congressman Garbin, hindi po natin kasama ngayong araw na ito ang SEC.
Wala ho. Doon punta na ho tayo sa PESA, Chairman Alvarado.
Kasama po natin ngayon ang PESA. PESA, you're now recognized to answer the questions of Congressman Garbin.
And let me direct my questions to Director General, kay Director General po.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Magandang gabi po ulit sa inyo, ma'am.
Good evening po, Your Honor.
As you have stated last night, that Big Dipper is 99% owned by ABS CBN, and that was they started operating on 2009. Tama po ba?
Tama po, sir.
And when they start, nung nag-umpisa ho sila, ay binigyan ho sila ng insentibo, an income tax holiday that ended on 2015. Tama po ba?
Tama po, sir.
Now they are subject to 5% gross income tax. Tama po ba?
Sir, can you repeat na po po?
And since 2015, ano na ho yung tax rate na ini-impose sa kanila ngayon ng ating gobyerno?
Sir, after the 6 years ITH or income tax holiday, they started to pay 5% GIT. And 3% of this is paid direct to the BIR, which is the share of the national government, and 2% is the share of the local government that hosted the economic zone and the locator company.
And doon ho sa shares ng 3% that goes to the BIR and 2% that goes to LGU, sa tagal ho ng operasyon nila sa isang locator na nasa inyong pamamahala, meron ho bang naging reklamo yung BIR base sa 3% share nila at yung 2% din na napupunta sa local government units?
Wala po, sir. We haven't...
Sandali, kunin ko lang po. Nung 2017 po, 2.6 billion po. Nung
2016,
2016 po, 1 billion po.
1 billion. Okay.
2017, 2.6 billion.
2.6 billion. Tapos, 2018,
2018, 2.3 billion.
2.3 billion.
2019, 2.5 billion.
Okay. So sa 2016, yung Big Dipper ay nag-declare ng dividends na 1 billion. Nang kita lang po niya
So
is 2.62
I made a mistake
billion.
po. I was looking at the dividend income that ABS CBN from their subsidiaries. Let me correct that po. Sorry po.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Nung 2016 po, the dividends declared was 638 million. Nung nung 2017 po, the dividends were 884 million. Noong 2018 po, the dividends were 793 million. And then noong 2019 po, 474 million. Sorry po, Your Honor, naguluhan po yung numbers ko kanina.
Walang problema, Mr. Sirado. Maraming salamat po sa paglilinaw po ninyo. So, lilinawin po natin, yung Big Dipper, na kumita lang po siya ng 2.62 billion in 2016, may dividends po siya na declaration na 1 billion. Compared po ninyo dun sa ABS CBN Corporation na kumita ng 24.5 billion, ang na-declare lang po niya is 638 million. Sa 2017, yung Big Dipper was able to declare 2.5 billion, samantalang si ABS CBN Corporation, kinita lang po niya is 2.67. So basically, 0.168 lang po yung kanyang ginastos. Compared po ninyo kay ABS CBN Corporation, in 2017, kumita po siya ng 22.8 billion, pero 884 million lang po yung kanyang dividends. 2018, 2.68 billion ang kanyang kinita ni Big Dipper, 2.2 billion ang kanyang dividends. Compare po ninyo kay ABS CBN Corporation, 22.18 billion ang kanyang kinita, pero ang dineclare lang po niya 793 million. Pagdating po sa 2019, ang revenues lang po ni Big Dipper is 2.6 billion, pero ang kanyang income, dividends, is 2.3 billion. Compare po ninyo kay ABS CBN Corporation, 25.4 billion ang kanyang kinita, ang kanyang dividends is only 473. Hindi ba masyadong profitable, quote-unquote, yung Big Dipper in this particular regard?
Your Honor, the declaration po of dividends by ABS CBN is influenced din po ng, for example po, in our notes to the financial statements, our debt covenants po restricts the...
Simple lang po yung tanong ko po sa inyo. Hindi ba masyadong
ang
mataas?
sinasabi ko lang po, kasi po hindi po
kikita lang siya
nade-declare
ng
ng ABS-CBN ang buong
2.6
earnings niya po.
billion,
Kasi po
pero
mayroon
ang
po
kanyang
kaming...
dividend declaration would be 2.3 billion. Do you agree with me? Are we going to dispute the fact na talagang profitable po siya compared dun sa ABS CBN Corporation? These are the numbers na binigay po ninyo sa akin. Right here, right now.
Your Honor, if I may lang po. Kasi po, you're comparing po the amount declared dividends by Big Dipper versus what ABS-CBN is declaring as dividends. As I said po, there are certain restrictions po on the part of ABS-CBN to fully declare its income for that year because of certain loan covenants. And at the same time po, if you read the financial statements, we have appropriated retained earnings for business expansion. Kaya po yung dividends that
salamat
are
po, Mr.
declared
Senado,
are
pero
that much
their
lang po.
numbers speaks for themselves. Imagine, kikita lang yung si Big Dipper, 2.6 billion lang po yung kanyang revenues, pero kanyang, in 2019, ang kanyang dividends is 2.3 billion. Pagdating po doon sa 2017, kumita lang po, total revenues lang niya is 2.67 billion. Pero ang kanyang dividends declaration is 2.5 billion. Kapag kinumpare po ninyo, hindi ba simple lang po yung sinasabi ko, hindi nga ba talaga siya sobrang profitable compared dito po. Ngayon, tatanungin ko po si RD o Assistant Commissioner ng BIR.
BIR,
Assistant Commissioner, tama po ba 5%
Yes, good
lang po
evening,
kasi yung, yes, 5% lang po yung pinapataw po dahil PESA registered po sila. Tama po ba yon? Gross.
Tama po, Your Honor. 5% po sa gross income.
O, compare po natin doon sa ABS CBN Corporation, anong income tax category po nila? Ilang percent po ang pinapataw sa kanila?
Regular po, Your Honor, 30% po sa net income.
30% sa net income. Compare doon sa isa, which is 5% gross income.
Your Honor.
Okay. Ngayon, yung po bang dividends, kapag dineclare na po ni Big Dipper yung kanyang dividends, may tax pa po ba ito?
Ang domestic to domestic corporation po, Your Honor, wala po, Your Honor.
Wala po. So basically, after po na pumasok po yung dividends na yon sa ABS CBN Corporation, hindi na po siya entitled to tax. Tama ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Tama. So ibig sabihin, yung 2016 na 1 billion na kinita po niya, 2017 na kinita niya na 2.5 billion, 2018 na 2.2 billion, ito po yung mga dividends po niya, na 2019 2.3 billion, hindi na po siya entitled sa tax.
Tama po, Your Honor.
Tama. So pumasok po siya, it's so profitable, ang ginawa rin lang po niya, yung trabaho rin po na ginagawa ng ABS CBN Corporation. Si ABS CBN Corporation din lang po yung kanyang kliyente. Pareho, belong in the same category, subsidiary silang lahat. Ipinasok doon sa Big Dipper, naging cost po ngayon ni ABS CBN Corporation. Pagdating kay Big Dipper, it has so become so profitable. Sa paglabas po nung kanyang dividends, it becomes tax-free because these are domestic corporations. But they are also owned by the same company. Don't you think wala kayong nakikitang anything na unusual po doon?
ABS-CBN,
As far as the Big Dipper company is concerned, Your Honor, wala pong violation, and I think compliant po ang Big Dipper, Your Honor, when it comes to payment of taxes.
Yes, I completely agree with you. Compliant po sila sa taxes. Ang tinatanong ko, that particular scheme, wala kayo nakikitang any unusual. I think it's so creative. It's the least word that I can use. But don't you think that is so creative in such a way na yung taxes that should have been paid, hindi po babayaran dahil it has become tax shield pagdating po siya sa Big Dipper?
Again, Your Honor, as far as Big Dipper is concerned po, they are compliant in accordance with yung sa PESA law as they have been given the income tax holiday and special rate, the rate of 5% of their gross income, Your Honor.
So, yun lang po, Mr. Chairman. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. Tutuwa po tayo sapagkat ginagawa po ng BIR po natin yung kanilang mga dapat gawin. But at the same time, medyo nag-iisip lang po ako bakit wala po sila nakikita na any unusual thing in this particular scheme. Ang tanong ko lang po, kundi po sa inyo, meron pa po bang ibang kumpanya na gumagawa ng ganitong scheme sa ngayon? As far as you're concerned.
As far as my concern, Your Honor, wala po akong alam, Your Honor.
wala kayong alam. So far, ito lang po yung nakikita po natin ngayon na gumagamit ng ganitong scheme. May isa pong PESA registered company, ibabayad doon ng malaki, tapos pagpasok po noon, it becomes a cost doon sa main corporation. Pagpasok po doon sa PESA registered company, malit lang po yung tax na kanyang babayaran. Then paglabas po noon, it becomes tax exempt because it's a domestic, both are domestic corporations.
Mr. Chair, may I clarify some of the points made, please?
Yes, ABS CBN.
Mr. Chair, the prices charged by Big Dipper, as stated by my colleague, are based on market. They are backed by transfer pricing studies conducted by reputable third-party firms, number one. Number two, this is not a scheme. The clients, the ultimate clients or the ultimate beneficiaries of Big Dipper's work are the Filipinos and the non-Filipinos who consume our content both here and overseas. With regard to the amounts that Big Dipper makes on ABS, let's say, that comprises about 6% of total production cost of ABS CBN Corporation.
Mr. Chairman?
Congressman Salo.
Pwede pong, tatapusin ko na po, nagpapasalamat po ako doon sa sinabi po ng taga-ABS CBN sa kailang paglilinaw. Pero hindi po nila nalinaw din po na basically lahat po ito ay isang may-ari, yung ABS CBN Corporation din po. Subsidiaries lang naman po niya lahat po yun. And kung binabanggit po nila na 6% nga lang ng production cost po noon, mukhang yun nga po yung exactly yung sinasabi po natin. Yung 6% na production cost na yon, then later on, lalabas po siya as pure dividend sapagkat napakaliit ng cost po na gagastusin po nila pagpasok po niya doon sa loob. Based doon sa numbers na ibinigay po nila na kanina, imagine Big Dipper 2.62 billion in 2016 ang kanyang kinita revenues, pero ang kanyang dividend declaration is 1 billion. Pagdating ng 2017, 2.67 billion lang po yung kinita po niya. Pero ang kanyang dividend declaration, 2.5 billion. Pagdating ng 2018, 2.68 billion lang yung kanyang kinita. And yet, 2.2 billion yung kanyang dividend declaration. Pagdating ng 2019, 2.6 billion na ang kanyang kinita, total na kinita. Pero ang dividend declaration po niya is 2.3 billion and these are all tax exempt already. Why? Because it's a both domestic corporation. Well, in one sense, sabi ko nga po kanina, Mr. Chair, it's a very creative way. Pero I suppose, makikita po natin exactly whether this particular scheme is the very thing that the NIRC is trying to prevent as well. At nakakalungkot na yung mga aims ng PESA law po natin, which are so noble, nang sinasabi po natin, in order for us to develop at maka-develop po tayo ng industriya natin dito sa Pilipinas. At makapag-create ng mas marami pong mga employees, employment opportunities for people. And yet, nakita rin po natin, the maximum that they were able to produce or employ is just 177 in those past years at mas mababa pa. And yet, makikita po natin doon yung pinakamalaking dividend declaration on which are all tax exempt. Nakakalungkot sapagkat, yes, may batas po tayo na PESA law, pero nanawagan po tayo sa DG. Papasalamat po tayo, nandito po sila. I suppose, gagawin din po nila yung kailang dapat na gawin in order to ensure na hindi naman po magamit po yung batas po natin yung magagandang aims na magiging daan para ma-evade po natin yung mga taxes natin. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Ron Salo. At,
Mr. Chairman,
sino po kayo?
from ABS CBN, Mr.
Excuse me po. Maaari ko po bang, nandyan po ba ang PESA ngayon? Kausap ba natin ang PESA?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hello, ma'am. Narinig niyo po yung linya ng katanungan ni Congressman Salo?
Yes, sir.
Masasabi
Yes,
niyo
Your
po ba
Honor.
na may nilabag sa batas ang ABS-CBN
Can
tungkol
we
po
ask,
sa kanilang pagbabayad ng tax o yung paggamit nila ng tax shield?
Sir, with due respect, it's not true that PESA is being used as a tax shield because we are governed by our own laws. We have the PESA law, which provides the different incentives.
Sa madaling salita po ay wala po kayong nakikitang pagkakamali,
We are ruled
ma'am.
by our law, sir.
Mr. Chair, pwede po ba
Maraming
ako
salamat
magsalita
po.
rin
Congressman Salos, sandali lang po. Kasama po ba natin yung mga tiga-BIR? BIR?
Yes, Your Honor.
Meron po ba kayong nakikitang isang malaking pagkakamali mula doon sa line of questioning po ni Congressman Salo kung nagamit ba ang PESA na tax shield ng ABS-CBN?
Pagdating sa BIR, Your Honor, as far as
Meron lang po o wala, sir? Meron po ba kayo nakitang problema o wala?
wala naman pa, Your
Maraming
Honor.
salamat po. Maraming salamat po. Alam niyo po mga kasama, hindi natin sigurado kung ABS-CBN lang ang gumagawa nito. Kaya siguro mula po doon sa line of questioning ni Congressman Ron Salo, mabuti na pag-aralan muli ng Kongresong ito ang Republic Act 7916 o ang Special Economic Zone Act of 1995 creating PESA para po masigurado natin na paborable sa taong bayan, lalong-lalo na sa lahat po ng bumubuo ng bansang Pilipinas, ang sistema po natin ng pagbabayad ng taxes, hindi lamang para sa ABS-CBN. Yes, ABS-CBN, meron po kayong gustong sabihin kanina?
Wala na po, Your Honor.
Sir Tan, meron pa po kayong gustong sabihin?
Yung kanina po, wala na po, Your
Okay
Honor.
po. Yung nasa likod niyo po, si Sir Ibarra.
We'll just keep quiet on the, we'll let it go, Your Honor.
Po, hindi naman po patungkol sa inyo, para po sa buong batas ang pinag-uusapan at maganda po yung mapag-usapan natin muli sa Kongreso. The next to interpellate is Congressman Remulla. Binigyan po siya ng karagdagang oras ni Majority Leader Romualdez at Deputy Majority Leader Sharky Palma. Congressman Remulla, Senior Deputy Majority Leader Remulla ay Senior Vice Chairman po ng Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, otherwise known as Blue Ribbon Committee. Maaari na po kayo magsimula. Meron po kayong 15 minutes ng pagtatanong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. Unang-una, bago ho ako magsimula, Mr. Chairman, I would like to apologize for an earlier incident na ako po'y may sinusulat na note nung naka-flag ceremony tayo. And as usual, the ABS CBN people are the ones playing it up now on social media, but I will forgive them. Sa akin po, I wrote the note, hindi ho excuse to, because something went into my mind for the questions I will ask tonight. Kaya
Kayo
sinulat
po
ko
ay humihingi ng paumanhin, Congressman.
Yes. Opo, ako ay humihingi ng dispensa sa ating mga kababayan.
Ano pong nasabi doon na may babayarang violation na parang...
Di ba ho, magbabayad ho
2,000
tayo
yata.
kung kinakailangan po, kung saan po.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Remulla.
Yes. Unang tanong ko ho, yung tungkol sa black box. 18 billion in sales, approximately. 18 billion. Ito ba'y reflected po sa income statement ng ABS CBN?
Yung sale po ng the black box is reflected po in the financial statements of ABS CBN.
Sa income tax return, hindi ho naka-reflect yan?
Can you repeat that, sir?
Sa income tax return, hindi ho naka-reflect yung black box income ng ABS-CBN?
In the income tax po, it's part of the revenues of ABS CBN. We've segregated our revenue to advertising and consumer, and it's part of the consumer revenue.
Di ba ho, yan ay merong VAT report?
VAT po siya.
Saan ho nakasulat yung VAT niya sa inyong income tax returns?
Sir, it's part po of our VAT returns, our monthly VAT returns, and our quarterly VAT returns.
Segregated ba ho yung account na yun?
Sir, it's yung VAT returns po may kasama po yung schedule, what do you call it? Summary list of sales po, which determines po yung sales niya.
Yung import documents po ng black box, meron ho kayo nun?
We have it, but I don't think we have it here, Your Honor.
Magkano ho ang declared value na isang TV Plus? Sa importation.
Your Honor, I don't have the answer to that question at the moment.
Who has the answer to that question?
I can,
Sino sa inyo? Dami nyo rito. You have 18 law offices that you hire. Sino sa inyo makakasagot ng tanong na yun?
Unfortunately, wala po siguro sa amin na makakasagot because we don't have the import documents right now. At hindi ko po kabisado yung landed price po nung box. But I could assume po because we sold it at cost, it's probably around the same as close to the selling price po.
So ang VAT niya would be around 300 pesos per piece sa mga initial. Kung average kung 18 billion ang naging sale, ang VAT niya would be 12%. Which means, ang binayaran niyo po noon ay mga 2 billion in VAT. Would I be correct?
That should be correct po. It's supposed to be 12% po of whatever is the sales value po.
Pwede hong isabit ho sa amin yun?
Sige po.
Okay.
But, Your Honor, yung pong sale yung VAT po ng boxes is reported together with the VAT on advertising, and then lahat po ng input taxes is offset against it. So, ganun po yung reporting niyan sa VAT return.
Di ba, yung import documents na lang, pakita nyo lang kung magkano yung pagka-import ng lahat.
Sige po.
Ilan hong foundation ang hawak ng ABS-CBN? Ilan hong foundation? May Bantay Bata, mayroon kayo ABS-CBN Foundation. Ilan hong foundation lahat-lahat ito?
ABS-CBN doesn't own a foundation. Maybe I can ask the foundation itself to answer. We have them on the line, on Zoom.
Wala kayong answer kung ilan ang foundation na
Mr. Chair,
hinahawakan ng
may we
ABS-CBN?
Excuse me, Congressman Remulla, nandoon po, nakamute lang. Nasa Zoom.
Sige po, sige po.
Yes, Madam from the foundation. Paki-unmute po, ma'am. Mukhang may problema po, Congressman Remulla, yung kanyang mikropono.
Good evening po. Si Susan Apan po from the ABS CBN Foundation.
Yes, ma'am. Kayo po ngayon ay nakaharap sa Kongreso at kasulukuyang tinatanong po kayo ni Congressman Remulla.
Sir?
Ilang foundations po ang meron ng ABS-CBN bukod sa ABS-CBN Foundation?
Isa lang po ang foundation ng ABS CBN.
Ang ABS-CBN po Foundation po ay isang donee institution?
Yes, sir. We are a BIR accredited entity.
So ang BIR, binibigyan kayo ng permiso na tumanggap ng donation mula sa mga taong bayan. Meron ba ho kayong reportorial requirements tungo sa mga donations na pumapasok sa mga foundation nyo, sa ABS CBN Foundation?
Yes, sir. Meron po kaming mga report na binibigay po sa DSWD and of course sa PCNC at saka of course sa BIR po.
And as a donor institution, kayo po ay merong tax credits na binibigay sa mga tao, tama ba ho yun?
Nagbibigay po kami ng certificate of donation sa mga tao o korporasyon na nagdo-donate po sa amin.
At yung mga nagdo-donate sa inyo, pwede hong i-claim na tax credit yung mga dinonate sa inyo, tama ho yun?
Pwede po nilang gamiting expense, opo.
So kasama siya sa mga deductible items pag nag-donate po sa inyo?
Yes, sir.
Meron ba hong shares of stock yung ABS CBN Foundation? Shares of stock ng ABS CBN?
Well, kami po, we are a non-stock, non-profit organization.
Ang tinatanong ko ho, if you own stocks of ABS CBN?
Yes, they donated to us back in 2009.
Gano'ng karami hong shares ang hawak ng ABS CBN Foundation?
Ang shares po namin ay 780,995 shares.
Ano hong value ng shares nyo?
Ngayon po, ang value is about 11 million pesos.
At peak, magkano ho naging value ng shares nyo?
About 22 million po.
Sige. Ang tanong ko lang ho dito, nung tinitingnan ko yung income tax return ng ABS-CBN Corporation, marami hong dinonate. Meron kayong donations to foundations of more than 90 million sa isang income tax return nyo. Iyon ba yung regular donation ng ABS-CBN sa foundation?
Depende po sa...
I'm asking the corporation
po.
po.
Like let's say, pag meron pong mga malalaking mga sakuna, katulad po ngayon, pandemya, ang nagbigay po sila ng cash donation sa amin ng 52 million. Pag nung pong Yolanda, nagbigay po sila ng 122 million. Over and above po, ang binibigay po nila sa aming cash subsidy of an additional 26 million a year.
Ano ho nangyayari sa mga dollar donations na nanggagaling sa abroad?
Depende po ulit yan. Meron pong mga nagre-remit sa amin directly kasi meron po kaming tinatawag na bank SWIFT code. So pag meron po kaming mga hinihingi pong mga donation, pwede pong pumasok ito. Pero meron din po tayong ABS CBN Foundation which is based in San Francisco at nagbibigay din po sa amin ng mga donation.
So yung donation po, Mr. Serrado,
Yes,
magkano naging donation ng ABS-CBN Corporation sa foundation from 2015 to the present? On a year-by-year basis, magkano ho naging donation sa foundation?
Okay. Sir, can I just, kasi I have to add lang po. From 2015 to 2019, the total cash donation amounted to 129 million, sir.
129 million.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, can I have a 2 minutes, 3 minutes suspension? I just look for the item in the income tax return.
Hearing suspended.
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready. Sa kanilang income tax return.
Hearing resumed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sa kanilang income tax return, year ended 2019, must be, is this the new income tax return? Ito ba yung bago? Year ended 2019?
Yeah, we filed po nung June 15 yung income tax return ng 2019.
So yung pag nagdo-donate ho kayo sa foundation o sa charity, yan po ay deductible expense ng inyong corporation. Tama ho yun?
Tama po.
Sa madaling salita, hindi ho totoong pusong-puso lang yan. Yan po ay may business sense na nakakatulong rin yan sa inyong kumpanya pag kayo ho ay nagdo-donate ng pera sa mga foundation.
I don't know if I'll put it that way, sir.
Kaya dito kasi, deductible eh. Binabawas nyo
but-
po sa income tax return na chargeable sa inyo, Schedule 4, Ordinary Allowable Itemized Deductions. Nakalagay po rito, charitable contributions, 99,339,218 pesos.
Technically po, donations under the revenue code is a deductible expense po. It's
Kaya nga, ang sinasabi ko, pag kayo ho'y nagdo-donate, hindi ibig sabihin, buong puso yung binibigay. Binabawi nyo rin yan para mabawas po sa buwis na binabayaran
Ay,
nyo.
hindi ko naman po masasabing ganun kasi buong puso
Kaya
po
yun ho ang
namin
tingin ko eh.
binibigay.
Yun ho nakikita ko. Kung talagang buong puso yan, hindi nyo na-claim yan, babayaran nyo na lang yung buwis nyo na walang bawas sa charitable contributions. Yun ho ang tingin ko.
Meron po kasing tax rules po on donation na sinusunod lamang po. So, an expense po of the corporate, it benefits about 30% if you may say because that's the tax rate. Pero yung pagbibigay po ng ABS CBN, Hello.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can I make a comment?
Sige po.
Yes, Mr. Lopez.
Sir, I think on our donations, I think the tax credit is not the motivation for making those donations, but it is also not allowed. It is allowed, sorry.
Bale, ito ay isang incidental benefit. Pag kayo nagkakawang gawa, pwede hong ibawas yan sa buwis na inyong binabayaran.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Itong Big Dipper, Mr. Lopez, you were the president of Big Dipper before, or am I correct?
No, the president was our colleague, Mr. Valduesa, Ron Valduesa, who passed away. Mr. Valduesa, Ron Valduesa, who passed away a couple of months ago.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Ang Big Dipper po ay itinatag ng ABS CBN para ang bagay na isip ho natin na PESA, export zone. Di ba ho? Yan ang unang iniisip natin.
Yes, Mr.
Mr. Tan, baka gusto niyo sagutin.
It was PESA registered, but that's not the primary or the only motivation for having Big Dipper, Your Honor.
Pero export zone nga. Pag sinabi natin export zone, ay iniisip natin export. Tama ho yun.
I think the word is it's an eco-zone IT enterprise.
IT zone, okay. Nagbigay sila ng incentive para magtayo ang negosyo na IT-related sa... At ang nangyari ho dito, yung ELJ building, Eugenio Lopez Jr. building, ang naging opisina ng Big Dipper. Tama ho yun.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Kailan ho tinayo
Charge at
yung
market
building ng
prices.
ELJ? Kailan ho tinayo yung building?
It was started in 1997, completed in 2001, registered as an IT building in 2003.
Ano ho ang benefit ng building, ng inyong pag-aari ng building pag ito ay ginawang ecozone?
Wala po siyang tax benefit, pero ang maganda lang po doon ay makakapagkuha kami ng tenant na PESA registered IT enterprise.
Ang ELJ building po ay pag-aari ba ho ng Lopez Inc., pag-aari ng ABS CBN? Sino ho may-ari ng ELJ building?
Ito po ay pag-aari ng ABS CBN Corporation.
Ang Big Dipper po ay kumikita ng 2.679 billion or 2.6 billion a year Yung ba ho ang tamang figura dito?
In terms of revenues, that's correct.
Ilang taon na hong kumikita ng ganito kalaki ang Big Dipper, Mr. Tan? From 2009 to the present, magkano na ho kinikita ng Big Dipper?
To your question, since 2016 po, it was generating this level of revenues.
Bago mag 2016, ano ho ang revenue ng Big Dipper?
It's about 1.7 billion.
So malaki pa rin. Zero tax kayo nung panahon na yun, di ba?
No, Your Honor. We were paying 5% on gross income by 2015.
Noong 2010, magkano binabayad yung tax?
It was zero basically.
Magkano ang kita nyo ng 2010?
In terms of revenues, 989 million.
2011?
841 million.
2012?
846 million.
Madaling salita, mula 2010 hanggang 2019, kumita ng mga 15 billion ang Big Dipper. Tama ho yun?
Well, those are the revenues. That's a top line. Meron hong gastos yun, Your Honor.
Mamaya na yung gastos. Yun ang kita.
The numbers we discussed.
Sino ho nagbabayad ng kitang yan? Sino ho ang inyong customer na nagbabayad sa Big Dipper ng pera? 15 billion. Sino ho nagbabayad nun?
Ultimately, the people who consume our content. For example, overseas, as I said, if I can give an example,
yung
Your
kontrata
Honor,
mismo. Sino ho nagpapatrabaho sa inyo sa Big Dipper? Sino ho nagbabayad sa Big Dipper na diretso? Sino ba nagkontrata sa inyo na i-encode nyo, i-digitize nyo yung mga content ng ABS CBN?
the customers,
ABS
company-
CBN Global.
That's one of the companies, yes. But
Ano
they
pa
would
yung isa?
not be
Ano pa
able
yung isa?
to.
Dalawang kumpanya lang yan, di ba?
Yeah, Your Honor, I need to clarify a point because they would not be able to generate the revenues to pay Big Dipper if the content isn't being watched by Filipinos abroad. So for
Hindi, alam ko
example,
ho yun, alam ko yun. Huwag nyo na ipaliwanag, tinatanong ko lang kung sino ang nagbabayad.
the direct transactor is, as you mentioned, ABS CBN Global Hungary.
ABS CBN Global Hungary. Yan po ay isang paper corporation na tinatag sa Hungary. May opisina ba ho kayo sa Hungary?
It's not a paper corporation, Your Honor.
Ano, Shell Corporation?
Not a shell corporation. It has business substance, Your Honor.
Okay. Sino hong officers ng ABS CBN Global?
Global Hungary. There are 4 managing directors.
Sino ho ito?
We have Rafael Lopez, Edgardo Garcia, Olivia de Jesus, and there's a gentleman with a foreign name. Give me 1 second, Your Honor.
In other words, Mr. Tan, itong 15 billion na transaction is from ABS CBN to ABS CBN. Yung isa lang nga, Global Holdings, yung isa ho, Big Dipper.
Your Honor, these transactions are
Hindi,
done at
teka.
arm's length.
Tinatanong lang kita eh. Yes or no lang yun, di ba? Ito yung transaction na to, binabayaran ng ABS CBN Global, Hungary, binayaran niya for the past 10 years ng 15 billion ang ABS CBN, ang Big Dipper Corporation. Tama ho yun?
Yes, Your Honor, but it would be misleading for me to stop there because we have to explain how the revenues are generated. If we simply say,
I know how
kayo-kayo
it's
lang yan.
generated kasi yung generation nyo, kaya kayo may digital content, ginagawa nyo para madali yung madala sa mga Pilipino sa abroad yung inyong mga programa. Di ba? Tama naman yon.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry, Your Honor. Could you repeat that?
Ang kitang ito, kumikita kayo ng pera kasi dito, yung inyong ginagawa sa Big Dipper, ginagawa nyong digital, yung inyong mga programa nung araw, para ito'y madaling ipalabas sa ibang bansa kung saan may mga Pilipino na gustong bumili ng inyong programa?
It's not just madali, it's actually a requirement, both regulatory in some cases, and for it to be played on mobile phones or other formats, kailangan na kailangan po yung serbisyo ng Big Dipper. It's not just to make it pretty. So there are some requirements. For example, I think in Australia you need closed caption. For other countries you need certain minimum standards.
Pero ang ano nga dito, ang sistema, yung kayo mismo, ang sariling korporasyon, yung nag-hire sa sariling korporasyon. Transactions between two sister corporations. Tama ho yun?
Your Honor, all these transactions are backed by transfer pricing
yes
studies.
Or no lang.
It's not...
Di ba? Sister at sister lang yan. Magkapatid lang yan. Yan lang tinatanong ko. This is a transaction between one ABS corporation to the other ABS corporation for 15 billion pesos for the past 10 years.
Yes, Your Honor, and it's not illegal or unusual.
Wala naman ako sinasabing illegal o unusual. May sinabi ba ako?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Oh, ba't mo sinasabing it's not illegal or unusual?
Just to clarify, Your Honor, because it may be, some people might think that there's something...
Although it sounds that way, I'm not alluding anything, pero gano'n ang tunog sa Pilipino. Kung tatanungin, bakit yung kaliwang bulsa, yung laman ng kaliwang bulsa, nililipat sa kaliwang bulsa?
Your Honor, these transactions, as I mentioned, are at market rates, at market prices, and backed by transfer pricing studies.
So walang transfer pricing.
Yeah.
Ina-anticipate nyo na yung tanong ko, kung mahal yung rate nyo, sinasabi nyo competitive kayo sa buong mundo, sa rate.
Yeah. Actually, Your Honor, I was going to mention that on the questioning of dealing with related parties, we establish our companies, as I mentioned earlier, we make decisions based on many factors. Now, of course, we look at market access, proximity to customer, the IP, strength of IP laws, and of course, taxes, Your Honor. It is a duty of management to look for ways to be
para
efficient
sa
and
taxes.
competitive.
Para makatipid kayo sa taxes. Siyempre, ginagawa nyo lahat, di ba? You're doing everything para makatipid kayo sa taxes. Tama o hindi?
Your Honor, as I mentioned, taxes are one consideration. It's not the primordial consideration, but as senior management, we
Masyado
need...
ka naman defensive. Yun lang tinatanong ko eh. Mr. Carag, you're hired by ABS CBN because you're a tax lawyer. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yun, di ba? Sagot na yun. May katabi kang tax lawyer, siyempre, yung advice ng tax lawyer, mahalaga sa inyo.
Yes, Your Honor, but of course we admit that these are related party transactions, Your Honor.
Hindi kita tinatanong.
No, I'm just clarifying,
Sinasabi ko
Your
lang,
Honor.
kaya may tax lawyer kayo, you get the best advice.
Yeah.
Your Honor, our tax counsel are here to provide clarification on tax laws or any tax issues that might be asked by the floor.
Sige. Mr. Tan, you've been, how many years ka na ba sa ABS-CBN bago ka naging group chief financial officer?
I've been here about 7 years, Your Honor.
Saan ka nang galing?
I used to work for Vista Land and Lifescapes, Your Honor.
Nanggaling ka pa sa abroad?
I studied abroad, Your Honor, yes.
Ilang taong ka tumira sa ibang bansa?
Maybe 10, 12.
Anong bansa yun? Amerika?
The UK and the US.
Pero Filipino citizen kayo?
Yes, Your Honor. 100%.
Dual. Dual kayo?
100% Filipino, Your Honor.
100% Filipino. Hindi ka 100% Filipino, 100% American. Hindi po.
No, hindi po, Your Honor.
Ngayon, kaya tinanong ko kayo, Mr. Tan, kasi kayo hong gumagawa ng strategy pagdating po sa inyong grupo sa finances. Tama ho yun, Mr. Tan?
We formulate our strategy with consultation of various
Example,
heads.
last year, 2019, you decided to divest, or ABS CBN decided to divest itself from Amcara. Tama ho yun?
That was a decision that was taken by the board of directors, Your Honor.
Ano hong pumasok sa isip nyo, ba't nyo kailangan mag-divest sa Amcara?
Your Honor, may I ask that our corporate secretary be recognized?
Attorney Quezon? Attorney
I
Quezon ba
apologize.
ang corporate secretary? Sino?
Sorry, Your Honor. I don't think we have any resource people available to answer any questions on Amcara.
Bakit
I
ho?
think that
Bakit?
was
Di ba,
established.
kayo'y group financial officer for the past 7 years. You decided to divest. Ba't hindi nyo masagot ngayon? Ba't tayo nyo sagutin tungkol sa Amcara?
Diba? Just as
Baka
a
maging mali ho yung sagot nyo, wala akong rehearsal.
correction po, Your Honor, I have been CFO for about 2 months. I took the place of the recently our CFO who recently passed away. Your Honor, may I request that our Chief Executive Officer, Carlo Katigbak, be recognized to address
Sige ho.
the question.
Mr. Katigbak, good evening.
Good evening po, Your Honor. Your Honor, if you allow me first, before I answer your question, can I just answer your earlier statement? I got a message from all our cameramen insisting that none of them were responsible for taking the video you referred to earlier. And I also checked with our news team, and they have all said that we have not run that video on any of our platforms po.
Okay, I apologize for it. Hindi problema yun. Ang gusto ko ba sagutin mo yung Amcara? Please answer the Amcara question.
Okay po. We decided to divest ourselves from Amcara, Mr. Chair, because we didn't feel there was any value to owning the 49%. The relationship between ABS-CBN and Amcara was a block time relationship, and as a block timer, there's no point in having a 49% stake in the company you're block timing from.
So you're sticking to your story na 49% lang talaga ang inyong ownership ng Amcara?
It has always been 49%, Mr. Chair.
Until now?
No more. We sold it already in January 2019, if I remember correctly.
Itong Amcara was holding office in ABS CBN compound for 20 years, am I correct?
I don't have that information, Mr. Chair, but I think yes. Yes.
And the officers of Amcara now are your lawyers. Di ba?
I'm not aware who the officers of Amcara are today, Mr. Chair.
Well, they come from Santos, Parungaw, Aquino, and Santos Law Office. Dalawang nakalagay doon na abogado ng ABS-CBN, ang naging officer ng Amcara. Kaya ako may duda pa rin kung talagang nag-divest kayo sa Amcara.
We have divested po, Mr. Chair.
Pero you considered Amcara your subsidiary even with 49% stake?
I'm not sure what the correct term is. I know they're an affiliate company at the time that we had the 49% stake po.
Congressman Boying?
Yes.
Yes, just for information, the Amcara submitted, ABS-CBN submitted the block time agreement. The agreement was only for this year, 2020.
2020 lang. Ano yung, dati ba black time na kayo sa Amcara?
Wala pong buwan
Mr. Chair, there are block time agreements for the prior years. They can be submitted to the committee.
How much were you paying Amcara for your block time?
I don't have the exact number, Mr. Chair. It should be there on the block time agreement that was submitted to.
As far as I recall, Channel 23, Amcara, lahat ng programming nyo, ABS-CBN. So basically, you use the whole Amcara setup for 24 years. Or until now, kayo pa rin ang gumagamit.
Until now, I know The block time agreement covers 20 or 21 hours a day po.
21 hours a day for the past 25 years.
I'm only referring to the recent years po, Mr. Chair. The ones that I've seen. No?
Alam ko yung mga block time, alam ko sa block time, parang Itbulaga, 2 oras, 3 oras, araw-araw, Lunes hanggang Biyernes, tapos yun na. Pero yung 25-year block time arrangement na 21 hours a day, hindi ba usufruct yun?
A block time agreement, Mr. Chair, is a purchase of airtime.
Kaya nga, purchase of airtime, but ang ginawa nyo sa Amkara, kayo ang may hawak na lahat ng saleable airtime ng Amkara.
The majority of the saleable airtime, yes, Mr. Chair.
Ano yung majority? What do you mean by majority?
The block time agreement covers for 21 hours a day.
From what time to what time yon, Mr. Katigbak?
I'm not familiar with the operational...
Tanungin nyo ngayon. Let's have a break muna. Tanungin nyo. Alamin natin kung magkano inyong, kung anong oras hanggang anong oras sa inyong block time agreement with Amkara.
Okay po. Sige po.
May suspension, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman.
Hearing suspended.
Mr. Chairman, pwede na tayo mag-resume?
Hearing resumed. Congressman Remulla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Meron ho ako ritong hawak na block time agreement na pinirmahan ni Aldrin Serrado at Erwin Malimban at sa Amkara si Jose Antonio Veloso. Tama ko yun?
Tama po.
Ang inyong contracted airtime 21 hours a day, Sunday to Saturday or every day of the year. Ang term niya, 1 year. Commencing January 2020 with automatic renewal unless terminated by either party subject to at least 60 days prior written notice. Tama ho yun?
Tama po.
Magkano ho yung airtime ito?
Congressman Boying. Sorry, Mr. Katigbak.
Congressman Defensor.
Gusto ko lang pong mag-interject kasi po, gusto ko lang pong ibigay yung impormasyon sa inyo na yung prangkisa natin kay Amkara is only analog, wala po yung digital. Number 1. And number 2, kaya po yung nakita nyo yung order ng NTC, may select areas lang po sila. So Mr. Chairman, I do not know how that can be a block time agreement on a digitalized program when they do not have an approved digital programming, Mr. Chairman.
Meron bang approved digital programming ang AMCARA, Mr. Katigbak?
Mr. Chair, AMCARA has a provisional authority granted by the MPC, allowing it to use Channel 43 for a digital broadcast. And I think we have, if I'm not mistaken, we have submitted already the provisional authority of Channel 43 to the committee. And if not, then I can direct our people to submit.
Mr. Katigbak, with your indulgence, Mr. Chairman, sila po pwedeng pumasok sa digital. Pero hindi po yung papasok sa TV Plus. Kasi po yung TV Plus is getting the frequency of ABS CBN. So pumapasok si AMCARA as digital doon. Pero siya mismo, wala namang AMCARA box eh. So I do not know what the purpose of this contract would be under a black agreement.
Ito ba yung inyong backup plan para kung kayo ho ay hindi makakuha ng prangkisa, ay makaka-ere pa rin kayo? Ito AMCARA po ang inyong ginamit na backup plan.
It was just another way to reach more areas po. We used AMCARA so we could reach more areas with TV Plus.
Gano'ng karami ba ho ang transmitter ng AMCARA?
Hindi ko po alam, Mr. Chair.
Sino ho
Sorry,
makakasagot sa
we're not
ABS-CBN?
prepared,
It was
for
your
question.
company for 24 years. Gano'ng karami ho ang transmitter ng AMCARA?
Hindi ko po alam, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, we didn't come prepared to answer these technical questions. No? I can...
Kasi ano ho ito, para sa kaalaman ng lahat, kumakalat po ngayon yung propaganda ng ABS-CBN na ang AMCARA ay black timer daw sila sa AMCARA at ang black time agreement daw ang kanilang ginagamit para makapag-broadcast sila sa TV Plus. Hindi ba tama ho yun, Mr. Katigbak? Yun po lumalabas na balita.
Yung broadcaster po is AMCARA kasi sila po yung may-ari ng frequency. We're just buying the airtime po from them.
Ano ho ang mga programs ng pinapatakbo ng AMCARA on its own?
Wala po.
Wala. So they're in the business of renting out their time. Yun lang ho negosyo ng AMCARA?
Mr. Chairman, Congressman Boying.
Yes, Congressman Defensor.
Ulit po, paglilinaw lang po. Yung TV Plus, signal po ni ABS-CBN. Doon po pumapasok yung digital programs. So, wala pong AMCARA Plus. Wala pong AMCARA Box. So, signal po ng ABS-CBN ang lumalabas doon po sa TV Plus. So, hindi po totoo na channel ni AMCARA po yun dahil frequency po yun ni ABS-CBN, Mr. Chairman.
Ang sabi nga ng NTC dati, di ba, Mr. Katigbak, ang AMCARA at ABS-CBN, sister companies. Hanggang ngayon, sister company pa rin daw.
Hindi po. We are not, we have sold AMCARA, the 49% stake in AMCARA last January 2019.
Yung pumirma ho ng kontrata nyo, kapatid ho ng former congressman eh. Abogado ho ito from Ateneo Law 1986. Ito po'y kabatch ko dati sa Ateneo eh, si Atty. Veloso. Hindi naman ho siya, wala naman siya sa negosyo ng ng broadcasting. Paano ko siya napasok dito?
Sir, decision po yan ni, I think, Mr. Karandang and his family.
By the way, si Mr. Karandang doesn't want to come in. Pinatawagan po namin sa COMSEC namin, ayaw niya ho magsalita. Mukhang natatakot ho sa ABS-CBN si Mr. Karandang.
I'm not aware, Mr. Chair. I haven't spoken to Mr. Karandang.
Chair,
Congressman Marcoleta.
may I interject, please?
Sige po.
Mr. Katigbak, before ABS-CBN divested its 49% share or ownership in AMCARA in January last year, AMCARA was reported in your consolidated financial statement because it is more than 20%. Hindi ba? Okay. During that time, nung hindi pa kayo nag-divest, meron kayong black time agreement. Ito nga yung Studio 23. Wag po tayong makukonfuse. Yung pong Ankara 53, ito po yung digital channel na ginamit nyo na pinagagan ka ng NTC. Ang pinag-uusapan natin dito is Studio 23. Ito po yung Sports and Action. Analog po ito. Tama po? Kayo po ang gumagamit ng frequency ng Ankara sa kabila ng siya may sariling prangkisa. Ito po yung medyo weird na sitwasyon dito eh. Kung ikukumpara natin ang isang tunay na block time, kamukha po nung ginagamit ng example kanina, yung Tape Incorporated, yan po yung nagpo-produce ng Itbulaga. Pero yung Tape Incorporated, wala siyang prangkisa. Kayo po meron kayong prangkisa, ang Amkara meron prangkisa, kayo ang nagmamanage nun, ang facilities ninyo, pati engineers ninyo, sa inyo. Ang katibayan nga po nito, pati yung logo, okay? Hindi po logo ng Amkara. Kayo ang gumagamit nun. Pag dinistinguish natin sa tape, ang tape po, wala siyang sariling logo. Ang ginagamit niya, GMA logo. Hindi po black time yun eh. Usuprak yun. You're under oath, Mr. Katigbak. Pag sinabi mong black time yun, magkakaroon po kayo ng problema. Paano ang magiging black time yun? Kayo po ang may-ari ng 49%. You're using the facilities, your own facilities, your engineers, your own logo, despite the fact that Amkara has its own frequency. Why do you call that black time? You may now answer, if you want to.
As far as I understand, Mr. Chair, it's a block time because it is a purchase of the airtime for the use of ABS CBN.
Okay, ganito na lang.
It's not, we're not the only company po that has done this.
But with Amkara exclusive ho kayo. Amkara exclusively ABS CBN ang may control ng oras. Yung 21 hours a day, any hour that you choose. Tama ho yun?
21 hours a day po. I think the hours we use are 6 a.m. I think to about 12 midnight po.
Wala nga nakalagay sa block time agreement kung anong oras eh. Basta 21 hours a day. Tama ho?
Yes po. Pero in actual practice, I think the actual operation was 6 a.m. to 12 midnight. I've been informed po.
Congressman Remulla, papaalala ko lang po na may natitira ka na lang na 2 minuto. Pwede ka na pong magsimulang magtapos ng iyong pagtatanong.
Salamat po. Mr. Chairman, ang sirbit sa atin ng ABS-CBN na dokumento, hiningi natin, ay pwede hong punuin ng 2 filing cabinet. Meron lang ho tayo 8 oras para i-discuss ito. At sana naman maintindihan nyo na mahirap rin ho kumuha ng sagot sa mga tao dito. Ito ho income tax for the year 2019. 2018 income tax ba to? Mr. Senado? Yung 15, meron kayong 25 billion na net sales. Tama ho yun? 2019 income tax return? Or year ending 2019? Hindi ko kasi naintindihan itong schedule nyo rito eh. Year ended 2012-2019. So ito yung inyong 2020 income tax return. Meron ho kayo ritong ang lumalabas po, pagdating sa net tax payable, meron ho kayong overpayment, sinasabi na 669,782 pesos. Tama ho yun?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Ngayon dito ho, total tax credits, 1,667,635,242 pesos. Tama ho yun?
Tama po yan, Your Honor.
Ano ho yung mga tax credit niyan?
Ito po yung withholding taxes po. Ito po yung creditable withholding tax na binabawas na po ng mga customers namin. So ito po yung safeguard po ng BIR to ensure that all corporations, big corporations will pay taxes. So halimbawa po, si Mr. Tan po is an advertiser, nag-place po siya sa akin ng 100,000. si Mr. Tan po, pag nagbigay sa akin ng bayad, net po of 2% withholding tax. So, i-remit niya po yon sa BIR as advance payment po ng ABS CBN for income taxes. So, yan po yung accumulated creditable withholding tax from all our customers na ibinayad po ng sa BIR.
Ano ho mga kumpanyang hinahire ng ABS-CBN? SGV, kayo ho ang